Oh yeah. I had Alina talk for a little while and I ate it. It was the Flock Live and I was trying to aim it more like a coaching session instead of a oh, hi everybody. I am not on mute. I know. Listen, I know you guys. This is the story of my life. It's fine. I was like, oh, and you can hear me. I was telling Laura, she goes, wow, you were talking for so long. And I said it was the Flock Live chat. So, you guys, for those who don't know, we just wrapped up a session in our membership. And she's like, why are you talking so much? So that was what that was about. Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 4. As I promised you, I'm always going to have a tech thing. It's fine. We're in for a treat today. It's like we're cramming in so much goodness in like it's gonna be good. Quick housekeeping. We have replays available from yesterday. You can find them at the link literally pinned at the top of the chat, or you can find it if you scroll down in the FAQs. Any other questions? Check out the FAQs below. And thank you for taking the time to read. You guys know what I'm saying. So, as Alina said, I think that we have a little bit of a delay, and that is okay. It won't last forever. But yeah, I want to know where you guys are coming from. So, oh gosh, I'm so excited because right off the bat, we got Scotland, India, Boston, Northern Arizona. Thank you for the northern part. It does paint a picture. Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Chicago, Ontario, North Texas. I appreciate these Norths. Phoenix, Cape Town, Texas, San Antonio, Texas. Okay. Outside of Ottawa, New Mexico, South Dakota. Did I do it right? South Dakota, I'm sorry in advance. Germany, Virginia, Saudi Arabia, India, Indiana, Michigan. Okay, I gotta stop. Basically, I'm really excited. Hi, you guys. Oh, it's great to see you all. It's going to be a good day. I'm pumped because we just got off of an awesome call. So thanks to those of you who are just following up and being here now too. My good friend who I love so much, Jen Dixon, is going to start us off with a really fun, very experimental texture playtime. So, if you haven't grabbed your supplies, why not? It's funny because it's like, what supplies do we need in the next lesson? And it's like, you should just have your entire spread out. Like, you never know what you're going to need to grab. So let's play. Let's start with play. Jen's here if you have questions for her. She's just rad. Let's give her all the love. And without further delay, I'll say, let's get into it, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jen Dixon, American and British multidisciplinary artist and educator in the UK. I create all sorts of things, from humorous to deep and personal, in abstract and figurative styles. It's a pretty mixed bag, but it makes me happy and keeps me plenty busy. For this class, we'll focus on special effects in watercolor. Together we will identify amazing textures from the world around us, practice intentionally with those examples in mind to produce watercolor special effects you can really use. Learn to apply these special effects to real painting work without it looking gimmicky, awkward, or out of place. It's going to take your watercolor art to a whole new level of fun and visual excitement. Let's dive into the materials you'll need. I'll be using cold pressed watercolor paper because that paper texture is an important part of the effects you'll see. I'm not using expensive stuff, but more like mid-range. This is because you will get good results, but won't feel like you're going broke with experimenting. I like De La Rowney's Aquafine blocks and pads for this, but you can use any of the big names. Like I know Canson makes some great mid-range paper too. Aim for over 200 GSM in weight. Ideally, more like 300 GSM. For paints, again, mid-range is fine for this, and I recommend your paints are from a reputable or traditional art supply company. The reason for this is predictability with the paint behavior. I'm using De La Rowney for this, but any of the traditional brands are a reliable place to start. Steer clear of hobby paints or kids' paints as they will not behave well for this class. There are also lots of great small batch handmade watercolors out there, but their behaviors might be a little bit more difficult to predict, so just keep that in mind if you want to use them. For brushes, I like a couple of sizes in common shapes, typically round brushes and a couple of big ones for wetting large areas. Use what you have and make notes for brushes you want to add to your wish list. Household items used are paper towels, washi tape or masking tape, water in jars, table salt, cling film, and a pencil and eraser are always handy to have near. Gather these things up, make a tasty beverage, and let's get started. The world is full of amazing texture, and using a few special effects in your watercolor painting is a great way to introduce it into your work. This class isn't about photorealism. You don't need to mimic a texture exactly for it to enhance the visual effect. You're just adding a little razzle-dazzle and dimension to an otherwise flatter area of color. Take a look around you. Here's a list of just some of the things I can think of that can be explored with special effects textures. Rust, sand, stone, tree bark, moss, water, leaves, grasses, fabric, leather, metal, snow, skin, fur, feathers, glass, scales, bone. For this class, we're focusing on nature and how to use salt and cling film to achieve more visual interest in our watercolor work. It's going to be loose and fun. Here are a few photos of mine to inspire you, and I'm betting you have a few inspiring shots on your phones or cameras too. Learning to use special effects in your art means doing some tests first to thoroughly explore results before committing to your final artwork. I label and keep my test sheets for reference whenever I need them. We'll start with cling film. This is the stuff you find in your kitchen, or you can save it and reuse it from packaging. I reuse mine as much as possible by giving it a rinse and hanging it to dry wherever I find space. Sometimes it still has a little pigment stain, but I don't mind that for practice. Cling film can give some really cool wrinkles and folds in watercolor. So let's explore that by dividing our paper with some tape. I'm using some already used MT branded washi tape. I just sort of rinse off the paint that is left over and use it again. But first, why and where might you use these folds and wrinkles? Off the top of my head, woods, grassy areas, tree bark, water, but no doubt there are other creative uses as well. Your paint mix will need enough pigment in it to settle into both the paper texture and travel along the folds of the cling film. This one takes the longest to dry because the surface of the cling won't let air through. For this reason, I do not pre-wet the paper, but rather I'm applying the paint, then cling film really quickly after before the paint soaks into the paper too much. I just don't want to make it oversaturated, if you know what I mean. I'm using colors that I might use for water or rock pools in these tests. The colors I'm mixing up are pretty basic, using ultramarine blue, Payne's grey, a little dirty yellow made from color that's contaminated cadmium yellow and yellow ochre with some other bits and pieces in it, and a little muddy purpley red from contaminated alizarin crimson. I would probably be a little more neutral and subtle for the final artwork, but this should give us a good idea of the effects. Work quickly, and don't worry about covering the whole box if you don't want to. I'm leaving some white areas intentionally. The cling film I'm applying to the boxes are all used pieces that are a little bit stained, but that doesn't bother me. Each of the boxes is similar in color and strength of paint, but I want you to try several styles of cling film application on your paper. So I'm trying kind of a smoothish one first, a wrinkled one second, and directional wrinkles to achieve different and interesting patterns and lines. Get that paint down quickly to encourage the cling film to guide that paint before it soaks into the paper. A pair of tweezers can help you move it around with a little more precision. The way you apply your paint is up to you, but try to vaguely emulate the colors and placement of them as if you were working on the final piece. So if you're thinking about water, use colors appropriate for that river, rock pool, or sea. You can also do this effect in glazed layers to build a deeper effect. Here are some examples I made at another time. It's all about experimenting and testing right now, so be playful with it. Cling film special effects need time to dry, so be prepared to set it aside and work on something else for a while. Okay, these are dry and ready for their reveal. I could have peeled the cling film up after about an hour, but it's the next day because I got busy with other stuff. Just look how gorgeous these water-inspired special effects are. These are now a perfect base layer for additional glazing or detail work, maybe using some gouache over top, or mixed media like colored pencils or pastels. Each has a slightly different feel to it, so I will now make a note on the paper for how I created each of them and file it away for future reference. Working with salt is one of my all-time favorite special effects, and salt, though somewhat unpredictable in its results, is something you can manipulate with time and types of application to achieve very different results. Here's an example I made before this class to show what I mean. I've applied generous watercolor to these two areas and then immediately sprinkled on a bunch of salt. In the next two areas, I applied similar paint but let them dry for about 2 minutes before adding salt to the still damp surface. You can see the subtle difference in the effect due to how much active water was still on the surface. In these next two areas, I used salt water instead of granules. Using a pipette, I dropped salt water into my painted areas for a more subtle disturbance. And in these two final areas, I wet the paper first with salt water and then applied paint after for the most gentle effect of all. Let's do a few of these together. Divide your paper up with some washi tape or masking tape. I've created 8 boxes. We're only going to do 3 examples together, but I encourage you to use the rest of the boxes for more tests and play. So this first box will do the wet application. Pigments react to salt differently, but these tests will also help you to identify which ones really strut their stuff. This first box is just like the examples I showed you. We're adding several colors and then sprinkling on salt immediately. I try to do it in a patchy way to leave untouched paint as well. This next one is the same technique for the paint, but we'll let it sit for 2 minutes before sprinkling on the salt. Don't worry, I'm not going to make you sit here for 2 minutes. I am going to just jump to that part, but you'll want to maybe pause and wait for 2 minutes. This will allow more of the paint wetness to soak into the paper instead of sitting on the surface. And finally, we'll mix up a little salt water in a dish and drop it into the wet paint instead of sprinkling dry crystals over it. I keep meaning to try this with real sea salt water from my local beach, but I always forget. One day I will, though. After the page is totally dry, you can scratch off any remaining salt crystals. It's a brilliant special effect that can be used either in a heavy-handed way or a gentle way, and you can experiment with coarser salt and sea salt for even more results. We've done our research and our testing, so now let's look at how to apply and use these special texture effects without them looking gimmicky or out of place. Whether you want to paint figurative or abstract, you'll need to consider how dramatic you want the effect, and also embrace possible unexpected results. It's a very good go with the flow kind of process. Here's a real project I'm working on, a seascape focusing on a rock pool and the geology around it. I took this photo from my local beach, which is designated an area of outstanding natural beauty and also scientific interest for the rock formations. It is endlessly interesting to draw and paint, and so this piece is starting on half a large sheet of cotton watercolor paper and will take many hours to complete. I start by sketching it loosely with watercolor pencils that will melt into the painting as I go. I'm not concerned with being exact in my drawing, but it's more of an arrangement of the elements in a way that pleases me and gives me wiggle room for the painting process. Let's look at the reference photo. I can see lots of potential for texture special effects in this one. The rocks, the water, the bubbles, the seaweed, all perfect for experimenting and play. After a light sketch, I start with a blue sky wash using cerulean and ultramarine. I won't have any texture up there, so it's easy to just bash that part out first. You could, if you wanted to, use masking fluid to create some veins in the rocks, but I don't mind using a little gouache if I want to afterwards for some of the lighter colours, so I'm just going to go for it with the greys. After painting an area, I quickly grab some cling film and apply it before the paint soaks into the paper too much. Remember that you can use these effects in layers of glazed paint, so if you want to start with a more solid wash of paint first, let that dry, then do the cling technique with a second layer of paint, then you can do that instead. There are no rules, and these are perfect things for you to experiment with on your practice paper for reference. After I get the base areas covered for a layer of cling film stone, then I dig into the rock pool water, bubbles, and seaweed. I'm dotting in color in vaguely the right places before I start sprinkling in some pinches of table salt. All of this will need to dry, but you can see from my practice examples next to the reference photo how they can be used in the work. Okay, some time has passed and it's reveal time for this stage of the work. I'm loving the way the rocks have turned out, and the salted areas are looking very promising too. I wish I could show you the whole painting finished here, but this painting will probably take me upwards of 10 hours to complete, so you'll have to see the results on social media. The most important thing to take away from this is that the process is fun, easy, and like all things with watercolor, tend to look a bit messy and unruly, even ugly, before they come into focus through additional work. If you want to keep things simple while you get used to introducing these special effects, I recommend little still life subjects like this simple peach I did for a hashtag prompt thing I do with some friends on Instagram. Peaches are fairly smooth in real life, but a little cling film and salt have jazzed up the surface of this one to create a more interesting effect. I painted the peaches first and then painted a teal wash behind them and put cling film over that. I love how the cling film has made this halo burst over the slice. I couldn't have planned that better myself, and the other facets of the background give subtle interest and harmonize with the peach subject. Practice and play, then put that work into your art. It's such a fun way to spend an afternoon. And if you'd like to try that rock pool painting yourself, screenshot this photo now and tag me if you post your version of the painting online. Thank you for joining me today for this summer workshop retreat. I know you're going to have an amazing time continuing to explore these texture special effects and finding creative ways to seamlessly add them to your work. Like any new skill you learn, you're going to need to keep practicing and tweaking the way you do things until it feels authentically you in your work. I hope you'll tag me online in your journey so I can see your amazing practice and projects. You can find me on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at Jen Dixon Arts, and my website, jendixon.com. I'm also a top teacher on Skillshare, where I have lots of classes on a number of art topics, so of course I'd love to see you there too. And a huge thank you to Peggy and the team at the Pigeon Letters for bringing us together today. Thank you for learning with me. Have a great day.
Hello, summer workshop retreat friend. My name is Teresa Haddo, and I'm here today to teach you how to paint a super fun, perfect for summer sunflower. So first, the supplies that you need. We need some watercolor paper. We need yellow, orange, red watercolor. You can use any supplies that you have on hand. I'm also going to be using my size 8 pigeon letter brush, Go To, and of course my 05 monoline pen. Here's a little sample of what we are making today. Are you excited? I'm excited! Okay, so first thing we're going to do is think about where the center of our paper is. Then we're going to grab a scrap piece of paper because I realized that maybe you should learn how to paint the petal before we get going. So how you paint the petal, right here I'm using a size 6 brush just so you can see the detail a little bit, but you're basically making parentheses, long extended parentheses that meet up at the top. So one side goes up and then you connect them at the bottom and then connect them at the top and then fill it in with color. So fun. Then I also like to add extra water because water and watercolor go pretty well together. And then there's one more example of a flower petal before we get to our piece. So we're going to look at the center of the paper, and right on top of that, we are going to add our first petal. So you can see with this size 8 round brush, I don't have to color in as much, so it just saves a little bit of time. Then instead of going straight across from that first flower petal, I'm going to go a little bit to the left of it, and that's just because it's going to be a constant reminder in this tutorial that we are not going for perfection. No, no, no. Perfection is not the answer. Make sure too that you are adding water into the petals that you're making. So this is our base layer. And we're working, first we did a wet on dry technique because we put wet watercolor on dry paper. But now we have a wet on wet technique because inside of this petal that we made, it's very wet. And so we're going to use that to our advantage and drop in some orange so we can see it bloom and work its beautiful watercolor magic. Then we're going to go ahead and add a little bit of red towards the center because it's going to give our flower some shading and dimension. So it's going to look like a really dark sort of red center, and then the outer petals are going to be the nice sort of orangey yellow that gets flowed through because of how the watercolor flows. So we're just going to continue to do this. making sure that we don't touch the petals with each other. That's another reason why I really like Peggy's brushes, because the tip is so fine and pointed that it's super easy to work in sections like this. The reason why we're working in sections like this is because if our petals were to touch, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It'd actually be totally fine, but it does make it a little bit easier for when we're doing our line work to differentiate where the petal starts and where the petal ends. But don't worry if your petals touch together. You'll see that mine definitely will at some point, but seeing those colors bleed is what we are going for here. Remember, nature is not perfect at all. So we're going to embrace the imperfections and seeing what happens. And that's one of the reasons why I love watercolor, because it forces me to give up on my perfectionism as much as I don't want to. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and continue to do this. I'm going to speed the video up a little bit, but you can see how you can work in sections, how this piece is super easy to put down and pick up again, because you're really just waiting for one piece, or you're just working in a circle and filling in the blanks right now and layering those colors. So if you are going to take a break, make sure you doing all of your layers of colors, because we really want that watercolor bleed. But also don't take a break. Just keep going. I don't know why I'm talking about taking a break. No one's taking a break, Teresa. All right. So you can see I'm just going in and filling in the blanks. So while I'm doing that, I'm going to chat, because I don't like silence and I feel like it's awkward. But I'm just telling myself and reminding myself that it's not awkward, because you are sitting there doing the work with me. And so I'm basically like the Disney songs that I have playing in the background when I'm painting for you. So I will probably start singing at some point in this video, but not right now. Regardless, I hope I'm entertaining you. Speaking of entertainment, one of my favorite things is doing this and teaching people different watercolor techniques, different ways to create, and I have an exciting invitation for you. So because you are part of the summer workshop retreat, I'm letting you in on a little secret that no one else knows, because it's not done yet. But I am working on a virtual watercolor class. So when COVID hit, I was so lonely, and I'm a mom to a toddler, and while he's great, I need human interaction. And so what I did is I created it myself by starting virtual watercolor classes. And there's so much fun to connect with other people and make artwork together, sort of like we're doing right now. But the classes are live and they're virtual. And one of my favorite things is I send you all the supplies. So they usually include a brush from Peggy Dean. You get Daniel Smith artist material watercolor, or if there's another cruelty-free watercolor that I'm working with, then all the supplies are included. You also get a pen if we're going to be doing line work in the class. And of course, instruction from me. So if that's something that you're interested in doing and learning, then head on over to my website, teresahatto.com, summer, and there's a page that I built just for you. And on that page, you can you can sign up to get on the wait list for my next class. And because you are a friend of Peggy, because any friend of Peggy is a friend of mine, we're best friends, you can get 15% off the class. So take advantage of that. All right, now that we are done with the shading of all the petals, we're going to go ahead and get our green and add it into the middle. You can see that it's not a perfect circle, and I don't want it to be a perfect circle. So I am really taking advantage of the fact that these petals are still wet and adding in a little bit more green at the end to make the colors bleed and blend together. If you don't like that, you don't have to do it, because there's definitely a time and a place for the blending of the colors. But we're going to go ahead and wait for this to dry before we move on to the next step. So go ahead and head on over to my website while you're waiting for your piece to dry to sign up for the wait list, and then come back and we'll get to the next step. So the next step is the ink work. We are going to go into the center and just add some circles. I like to work in sections, because if I do the same section all at once, then I start to get into a pattern, and I want it to be very random and not look like a pattern at all. So I jump around a lot. And we're just going to go ahead and fill in the whole thing. So now that that's done, we're going to go ahead and outline our petals. So just follow the outline. Your lines can be thick, they can be thin, whatever you're feeling. If your hand shakes like mine does, it's totally okay. Remember, we are embracing the imperfections. And if your hand does shake, I just want to take a second and let you know that I see you. And I understand the frustration that it causes, because it's like something that we can't control, and we feel like when it shakes, then we're ruining this art piece that we're working on. But I want to just have this be a gentle reminder that no one sees the imperfections. And sometimes it's the imperfections that make your piece you. And that's what artwork is all about, is showing your interest, showing your heart, and just sharing something that makes you happy. So we're going to go ahead and keep on outlining, and all the white spaces in between, the petals, we are going to color in with black. So it's very mesmerizing and cathartic to go through and just color and fill in all of the pieces while you're outlining your flower petals. And remember, it doesn't have to be a straight line. In fact, if it looks jaggedy, that sometimes makes it look even better, especially with the extra line work that we're going to add in just a minute. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and speed this up. But while you fill in your line work and I fill in the void of silence, if you're watching and you, like, whenever you watch this, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to think about what your favorite Trader Joe item is and email me, because, well, now I just find it a great talking point and good way to get to know people slash way for me to try new snacks when I ask people what their go-to Trader Joe's item is. So I really want to know. If you want to know mine, it's the bruschetta sauce. It's great because you can literally put chicken and the sauce in the crock pot, and then you have like an amazing meal. It's also really good with fish. And right now there's this strawberry sparkling water that they have. Oh, it's so good. I wish I had some right now. So, yes, email me at art@teresahatto.com. You have to tell me what your go-to Trader Joe's item is so I can try it. If you don't know what Trader Joe's is, also email me and I'll send you something from Trader Joe's, because I feel like that's sad. And everyone should experience Trader Joe's in their life. Also, I would like to mention that this video is not sponsored by Trader Joe's, but if you know anyone who works in Trader Joe's and does sponsorships, I am open to that opportunity. So, we're just going along and outlining the rest. You can see that, and then when we are done with that, there's just one last step. So we'll get there. We'll get there. It looks so good right now, too. Just look how good it looks. If I'm gonna toot my own horn. Toot toot. So you can see my lines are not straight. And it's actually adding a lot more shadow and dimension because we're filling in those blank spots with the black pen. Just keep outlining, just keep outlining. What do? We outline. Okay, so that was super fast. Magic of the computer. And now that we are almost done with our outlining right here, we're going to start doing our line work. So the line work is super easy and fun, and we're just following up this shape of our petal. So we're slightly curving and going up, and then to about the 3/4 of the way to the top. And then we are doing the same for the top, curving it down just so it gets a little bit of movement in the petal. So you want to make sure that you're not going straight up and down, because then the petal looks really stiff, and we like our petals to dance and move. So curving the line helps with that. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and speed this up because we're just going to go ahead and do this to all of the petals all the way around. And if you feel like you messed up somewhere, you didn't. But also you can add in extra small lines around it just to cover it up a little bit. No one's going to look. The good thing about pieces like this is there's so much line work and so much other stuff going on that if there is something that you deem to be an imperfection, no one's going to see it. And also, it's not an imperfection because this whole piece is all about not being perfect and embracing imperfection. So just finish up the line work. I like to work on the base first. And that's just because for the second layer of flowers, I add a little bit more of the wispy lines in the bottom to give it a little bit more shadow. So it looks like it truly looks like those second layers of petals are coming out of and from beneath that are coming. So it looks like the flowers underneath this second layer are coming out of from beneath. I can't say words. You get what I'm trying to say. It's shadow, right? It's shadow. It needs to be darker. So add those lines. It looks good. It's fun to do. Just do it. And then if you feel like you need to add some extra line work anywhere else, go ahead and try. Now, you have one last homework assignment. So there's 3 homework assignments. 1, you have to sign up for the wait list for my next watercolor class. Remember, you get all the supplies sent to you. It's virtual. So much fun. teresahatto.com/summer. Then you need to email me your go-to Trader Joe item at art@teresahatto.com. Then finally, now that your masterpiece is complete, can you please go on Instagram and tag the Pigeon Letters and Teresa Hatto and let us see your beautiful masterpiece that you created from this from this super fun summer workshop retreat. Okay, I'm sorry that I am so awkward. I hope you had fun creating with me. And at least, if anything else, I made you laugh a couple times. Because I make myself laugh because I'm so ridiculous. Oh, man. Okay, so here's my finished piece. Remember, I want to see yours. Go ahead and tag me on Instagram, teresahatto.com. Thank you so much for having me, Peggy. And I can't wait to chat with you again soon. Bye, friend!
Can we go ahead and agree that Teresa's energy is what we all just need in our lives at least once a day? I think that we can all agree on that. This actually, she triggers a giveaway for you because she kept talking in the chat about these pens. So sorry to make it about me. I'm not trying to, but it's giveaway time. So this means that somebody is getting the monoline pens that she was using in her tutorial. These are similar to most micro line, monoline, archival ink pens. The difference is the tips are rounded slightly so that drawing makes life a lot. It makes drawing a lot easier, something like that, because they were not created for drafting, which is a vertical up and down draw. It makes things complicated, so somebody that gets this is gonna be happy. Additionally, shameless plug, everything in the Pigeon Letters shop is 15% off through Retreat with the code on the screen. If you cannot see it right now because you are listening while doing a bake in the oven, it is SCR15. So the winner, oh, real quick, before I announce the winner, in order to be entered, all that you have to do is be active in the chat. That's it. So the winner of the monoline drawing pins, number 1 of 5 today, is Laureen Gaston. So Laureen, what you need to do, congratulations, is email the pigeon letters at, nope, just kidding. I was typing while I say that. Hello at thepigeonletters.com. Hello at thepigeonletters.com. There we go. Oh my gosh, I used to be so good at multitasking. Within 48 hours, email, and your prize shall be shipped to you after the retreat. See, Teresa pulls out the awkward in me. Can you imagine if we sat there trying to have a conversation for the whole day? We would just be back and forth like, no, I'm awkward. No, I'm awkward. No, it's me. Okay. So, that being said, congratulations, and stay tuned for more. Just say hey in the chat. That's how you enter. Our next guest is Samantha Dion Baker, who is a best-selling author and brilliant artist, and she is going to introduce some a fun practice. I'm not going to go into it because she's going to go into it better than I am. A fun practice that I think is special and everybody should adopt. We're very experimental this morning, which I very much appreciate. And thank you guys for being so awesome already today. Your energy is giving me life and everybody life. So here we go. Look at us staying on schedule. We're a little bit early. We're a little bit early right now. I feel good about it. And it makes me feel like I should stall because it's like, well, what if somebody is just waiting for 12:59 and 99 seconds? Do you get it? Because there's no such thing. It's not funny. I don't know why I try. Oh gosh. Okay. It's just like I'm not used to things running smoothly. So when they do, I'm just on the spot. Let me tell you a story. Okay. This morning, I was outside and I saw a dead bee and I cried. Immediately cried. And it was very sad. Now, this is a sad story. It is, but it's the circle of life. It is what it is. The insect died. It happened to be in one of my empty potting plants. So I picked it up and I put it in a beautiful flower garden. You're welcome for sharing that depressing story. Okay. It's fine. I don't know what my deal is. I love you guys. That's what it is. I know it's 59 seconds. How dare you? Okay, I'm going now. Just for a bit. Samantha Dion Baker, everybody. And the crowd goes wild.
Hi everyone, how are you? I'm so happy to be here. My name is Samantha Dion Baker, and I am an artist, an author, an illustrator, and a graphic designer. Normally I'm located in Brooklyn, New York, but right now I'm out on Long Island, and I'm really happy to be sharing the space with my father-in-law, who's an architect, and so it's like a very inspiring space. And so I'm here right now, and I'm recording my class here with you, not in my normal environment, but it's very inspiring. And that's kind of what summer's about, right? So we're taking ourselves out of our normal routine and, just creating new memories. And so what I am going to share with you today is a way to record some of these memories and to sort of savor them and capture them and create a ritual around recording them. I am the author of a new book called Draw Your World, and I also in 2018 wrote a book called Draw Your Day. Draw Your World sort of expands on the idea of drawing your days, and there's a lot of fun inspirational prompts inside and also a lot of some technical lessons as well. And what I'm going to be focusing on today is one challenge or sort of practice that's in the chapter called Preserving Moments in Time. And I think it's just really important, especially now with so much going on in the world, for us to just really focus in on things that make us happy and find a way to savor them, and so that we can look back on them and appreciate all of the times we've done something, or create future goals based on our rituals. And so I'm about to get started. We're going to work on a practice that also will help you eliminate the sort of stress around what to draw. A lot of times we're like, well, I don't know what to draw. I don't really know. But if you create some of these rituals and practices that repeat, then it eliminates some of that stress, which is, I find, really, really helpful. So we're going to be working in a plain sketchbook, not working in my normal sketchbook. It's a sort of horizontal format, but any format will do. You will see, we'll talk through it. I also have just a pencil, an eraser, a fine line permanent pen, and I'm going to be watercoloring, but you can color yours any way you choose. So without further ado, let's get started. Hi again. So here I am. I've got my little setup here. As you can see, my sketchbook is kind of small, this sketchbook. It was a limited release sketchbook from a friend of mine who is an artist in Barcelona, and I was saving this book for something special. And this is the perfect way to get started on my little ritual that I'm about to begin recording with you, and hopefully it inspires you to start this practice for something that you do regularly for yourself. What I'm going to do is actually start a little book that has to do with restaurants and food, and this is something that everyone can probably relate to, and you can take this practice and literally do this same practice on your own, or we can talk through all the different ways that you can keep a little special book that is based on tracking one sort of thing that you do often, or something that you want to record and remember as the years go by. One thing that I do, and I'll show you, this is my new book, Draw Your World, and this exercise is in the section called Preserving Moments in Time. Let me find it. Where is it? Okay, here we go. Preserving Moments in Time. And I just talk about, how spotting one thing can bring you back to a moment. It might be something unexpected. And then, and other things about preserving moments. And then we get to this spread where it shows how every year on my son's birthdays, I do a portrait of them. And what's really nice is over the years, I can track not only how they've changed and grown, but how my style and my abilities have developed over the years. So it's really multi sort of level, like beneficial. And then I share here a whole bunch of different ways, examples of how you can begin a visual tracking ritual to capture memories. And one of the things that we're going to do today is this idea of sort of like, okay, you always, let's say you're a big movie buff and you go to the movies with your family or by yourself. This can be like, okay, well, we're going to create a tracking ritual that is visual and creative and fun, that is going to sort of rate all the movies that you watch. There is this other idea of, do you have a favorite dress or coat that you adore but is frayed or doesn't fit as it used to? Maybe it's time to part with it, but you can create a portrait of that garment that is frozen in time. So you can record all your favorite garments and start to keep a visual tracking ritual that shares, in the summer of 2021, these are my favorite things to wear. And then you can just keep doing that year after year. And it's really, really fun. So some of this exercise, you're really going to only see the benefit of as time goes by, as, you start to sort of like create the habit out of it. And the whole idea, though, is that if you have this reason for recording something, then you will stick with it. And so the idea sort of that, you know, oh, like I don't keep my practice going, or I fall off, or this or that, you know, or I don't know what to draw. It eliminates what to draw, and it sort of keeps you focused so that as you develop this practice and as the pages grow and grow, you want to keep going. You want to keep adding to it. So every time that you go see a new movie, you're like, oh, I got to add it to my book. So today we're going to work on this idea of going to restaurants. We all go to them. We all sort of, when you travel, I'm sure that part of your itinerary is based on your meals. How can it sort of not be, right? But we can also sort of track our regular meals, like even if you go to the same place all the time, or let's say you never go out, but on a special occasion you have a certain sort of cooking ritual, and you make something special. You can record sort of what the occasion was, how you cooked it, who you were with, who came over for a dinner party. So I'm going to get started just sort of showing you like a basic grid, and then you're going to have to create your own way of filling that grid. And this is just an example. You can also create the grid however you choose. One thing that's really important in all my entries, sort of on all throughout Draw Your Day and Draw Your World, is to put in the date. So we're going to just have like one square in the corner that always exists. And I'm just sketching this in pencil first. Pencil I'm using is a 4B, but really any pencil will do. You can just use the pencil that you like best. After a while, some of these little pieces in your grid that repeat, you might not even need to sketch. So then right down here in a column, we're going to put a little space that is for your writing. This is going to be a little bit of writing about whatever it is that you're capturing. In my case, it's going to be a little review of the restaurant. And then I'm creating another square here. If any of you took my workshop for workshop week, you might remember Draw Your Day in Shapes. So the grid that we're creating is a little bit similar to that. So this is a horizontal space, but whatever space you're using, you can create a clear grid that you follow each time. So what's going to happen here is my drawing. This is the date, and this is going to be the name of the restaurant and a little bit of a review. And even at the bottom, if I wanted to, and I might sort of just do this on the fly, I can have like a little star system. You can rate the restaurant based on 2 stars, 3 stars, etc., etc. And maybe you fill it in each time with an outline of 5 stars, and then you just color in however many stars you think the restaurant is worthy of. So there's that. Okay. Now I'm going to record a meal that we had last week. The date was June. Oh, wait, was it June? I wonder if it was July yet. I'm just going to say it was June 30th because it really doesn't matter. And then 2021. There we go. So there's my date, my little date square, and you can change the date, type the lettering within there as much as little as you want each time. It's totally up to you. Okay, and the restaurant was called La Fondita. maybe I'll do 3 little dots or something to separate the name of the restaurant. And each time you draw the name of the restaurant, it can be the logo, or you can just draw it however you want in your own special lettering. Totally up to you. So La Fondita, and then I'm going to say, I'll fill those stars in with paint. And then what I'm gonna write, I might just write a little bit in pencil, or I might just free write. So, but for now, I'm going to sort of do some details. And I think I talked about this before. It's always nice when you have a squared off section to bleed, use the edge of the square. So when we ate, and this I'm just drawing off the top of my head. I love drawing food, so I'm just sort of making this up. I had a burrito. You see, like, some of the pieces may have fallen out. Little bits of, I think it was chicken, and there was rice and beans. And let's see, if I do the plate sort of like this. And I think it was actually wrapped in some paper as well, so I can sort of fake that. There we go. And there were some beans. And then we had some chips. It was obviously a Mexican meal. Draw some chips. And then in the background here, I will show that there was some guacamole. And maybe there was a drink. I don't remember what we drank, but let's just say it was a cola. Okay, so there I have a quick sketch of my meal. It's just a quick sketch. I will add color and ink it and make it sort of really more finished. If you are not comfortable drawing, it does not have to be a drawing. It can also just be, you can create your grid in a different way, and it can have you can have a longer review. And for me to track my memories, I'm much more of a visual person, and I like to draw. So mine are going to be more drawn out, but you can also use your writing if that's what you're more comfortable with. And now I'm using a fine line permanent pen. Right now I'm using a Molotow black liner in 0.2. I learned about these in workshop week, and I like them. I normally use a Copic multi-liner or a Micron. Any permanent fine liner will do if you choose to ink. And similar to all of my other classes, I like to keep things really open as far as the materials that you like to use. There is no rules. So the idea is that you create a ritual and a practice so that you can build and collect. And it's really nice to have a separate sketchbook for this practice, and so that you can always come back to it and you can always pull it out. And also, if you go on a trip and you go to a bunch of restaurants, or you have a house that you're sharing with some friends, or you just during the summer you decide to do some cooking classes, you can use your book to just record those meals. It doesn't have to be going out. Not everybody likes to go out. Also, some people have a special diet and they can't go out. So really, this is just an open-ended sort of idea that you can track anything. It doesn't have to be food. Food is only one of the things that we can keep track of. let's see. Now, there's also, as I mentioned, birthdays, special events, hobbies, things that you just really like to do. Let's say you collect something. That's another one that I have in my suggestions in the book. Let's say you collect a souvenir every time you go away. You can record that, you can keep a document of that souvenir visually. You can draw it, or you can snap a photo and glue it down. Again, there are ways around all of this if you don't feel comfortable drawing. That is a personal choice. I think if you're on this retreat, then you are somewhat comfortable drawing. You might be more into lettering. So if you're more into lettering and calligraphy, or see, I'm not following my sketch so closely because I was a little bit off in my space there. I'll erase that. So if you really are just more into lettering and calligraphy, this can just be a lettered practice. It does not have to include a drawing. So just remember that. This is all about just starting something that you keep up with over time. Now, also remember, this is, again, it's open-ended, so the options are sort of limitless as far as, like, let's say you only want to do this practice once a year. So this book or these cards, you can work on paper or canvas, however you want to do it. But let's just say, since we all, keep books and, have bullet journals or sketchbooks, let's just say it's in a book. This might be a particular practice or book that you only pull out once a year, and that's fine. Or it's only pulled out when you're traveling. That is a possibility. It's just kind of fun to just putting like some little pieces of rice spread out. Now, after I'm done inking this, I'm probably going to do some of the painting off the recording so that I don't take up too much time, because I think these lessons are supposed to be like within a certain amount of time. But I will do all of the inking for you to see, and then we'll fast forward through my painting process. And if any of you are like, no, I want to see that part, well, this is really like one of those things where, if you want to see me go through the whole painting process, you can always look at my Instagram TV for process videos. I do record things a lot. I just don't want to rush it, because I'm actually going to keep this book going for myself. I'm actually starting this practice for myself with this book. So a lot of this will sort of come to life and be more clear that it's a burrito wrapped in paper once I add paint. Adding a little bit of ice cubes in there. Not sure how I'm gonna finish that drink yet, but we'll just leave it like that. And similar to my burrito, this guacamole will be more clear what's happening once I paint it. A lot of times I do my ink just like a suggestion, and then it sort of becomes more clear once I once I add paint. And I will add my little review. And we'll see how highly I rate the restaurant after I paint it. I guess I can't really leave a bad review when I'm recording class, but we love it here, so it's not going to be so bad. We had a good meal. Okay, so I'm going to pause this for now, erase my pencil. I can do that actually right now so you can see how that happens, what happens when I erase the pencil. Sometimes I'll draw right over lines just as I'm sketching, and then once you erase the pencil, it all goes away. So there's my sketch, and I will come back in just a little bit with it painted and we'll talk more. Hi everyone, so I'm back and I wanted to show you how I painted this. It's a pretty casual, fun little illustration of a burrito and a drink and guacamole and chips and a review and my rating, and you know, it worked out. It's kind of fun. And I just also wanted to let you know that, you know, again, you can color this any way you choose. I happen to use some watercolor paints, but colored pencils, whatever you have, markers, it all works. That's your creative sort of freedom and artistic voice there. I did put this little label in the front, restaurant log and reviews, just for myself and just to sort of show you that you can sort of do a little intro for whatever it is that you're keeping track of. And I also wanted to share here, these are just some quick pencil sketches of some other grids. So you can break your grid, you can mix it up each time and do your reviews in different ways. This is like each member of my family and sort of a number out of 1 to 5, just as an idea. The little date here. Here's another way of breaking up the page. So you can really have fun with these shapes and play around with how you're going to review each restaurant. It does not have to be exact same grid each time. And the other thing is, you know, like I mentioned, it can just be color and line and pattern. You do not have to draw at all. So just keep that in mind as well. And some of the ideas, actually, I'm going to flip this around so I can talk through some more ideas of what you can keep track of. So 1 sec. Hi, I'm back again. So some of the ideas I have about keeping this ritual are, and you can jot some of these down and see what inspires you. Let's say you go to the theater. Let's say you watch some Netflix series. Let's say you have dinner parties. Let's say you have milestones. You have kids and you're tracking their milestones. There's so many ways that you can keep track of all of these sort of rituals, things that regularly happen in your life, and have a creative practice around it. And it's really rewarding and it builds over time. And like I said about my kids in the beginning when I was speaking about one of my rituals, which is drawing portraits of my children as they grow and as my skills develop. I've been trying to draw people for years now. It's getting a little easier. It's still really hard. And so I see my skills develop over time. So it's really fun to just track all of these things so that you see your progress. Maybe you're practicing calligraphy. So you can keep track of something through a regular practice and come back to it each time something happens. And then you can say, oh, wow, when I went to this restaurant or did this thing or saw this play, I was at this level and now I'm here. So I hope that you find this inspiring and it gives you an idea of something that you might want to track over time. And yeah, I know a lot of people keep different bullet journals or, you know, journals in different ways to track things. It's not a new concept in a way, but the creative practice and the free form nature of it is something that I hope to inspire. So it's not something that is like so regimented, but it's a little bit more open-ended, and that you have fun with it and see as your creative skills develop. So that's all I have for you. I hope that it inspired you, and have a wonderful creative retreat. And thank you so much for joining me. Again, it's Samantha Dion Baker, and you can find me at sdionbaker.com or on my Instagram, where I share most of my work is at sdionbakerdesign. So thank you so much. Bye.
My name is Christy Rice, and I'm obsessed with watercolor. I love the way it makes us feel and the way it can literally make your life better. I was put on this earth to pave a way for you, the watercolor curious, to harness joy from putting brush to paper. I will teach you like no one else has, because I create rule breakers, free spirits, and together we will push back on negative self-talk and fear. You want to paint with me? Come on, let's go.
Hey friends, welcome to my home studio, and I am so excited about what we're about to experience together. It's gonna be a blast. So, the thing that I hear the most in terms of like frustration when it comes to starting this watercolor journey from scratch, or maybe revisiting watercolor after not having painted for a while, is I don't know what to paint. I'm sure you felt that. I know I have. I've been painting almost my entire life, since I was 6 years old. And I feel that almost weekly. So if that tells you anything. But there's a solution. Today we're gonna do 3 different exercises, and they are quick, and they are simple, and they are versatile. You can turn them into different things and experiment with them. But you can go back to these 3 exercises again and again and again. Every time you have that thought, I don't know what to paint, you can go back to these. I cannot wait.
All right, friends, with this one, I am using my Winsor & Newton Professional Series watercolors. I'm spraying them down to get them nice and juicy. You want the texture to almost be like syrup. This is called paint scraping. I'm sure this isn't anything new, but you see it a lot with other mediums. You don't see it with watercolor as much. So I'm just gonna call it watercolor paint scraping. It is a great way to just loosen yourself up and get into it. This is the first exercise that I would go to if you literally don't know what to paint and you're feeling discouraged, because it's quick to get into, it's quick to get something really beautiful, and you'll get inspired and you'll be on your way in no time. All right, I'm just getting color down on the page. Puddles of color, this is key. You want to get a lot of pigment on this page. Let things run into each other or not, that is up to you. Your puddles can touch, mine certainly are, or your puddles can be separated, totally up to you. I'm using a big chunk of gesso. Place that wherever. This is experimentation. This is play, friends. Do what feels fun. Do what feels good. I always say make art in a way that keeps you inspired. Don't worry about rules. Don't worry about what should I, how should I, when should I. Do what feels good. And this exercise is the epitome of doing what feels good in your art, because there is literally no right or wrong way. Okay, now we've got a bunch of puddles. We've got a little bit of gesso. Just grab a scrap of paper and literally we're going to scrape down. Go slowly and scrape, pull downward. You can press a little bit down and just see what happens. I guarantee you all you're gonna wanna do is just do it over again because it is so satisfying. Don't ever say to yourself again, I don't know what to paint, because now you know. All right, let's try it again. See what happens. Experiment with a couple of different details. How juicy, how wet, how puddly are your puddles of color? You can do more dry puddles that aren't so full of pigment. You can add in different paint brands. You can make puddles from your Winsor & Newtons and then make puddles from your Crayolas. You can add in acrylic. How about some metallics, friends? This is the time to experiment. All right, here we go again, and we are gonna scrape and see what we see. And friends, what I see is me feeling really excited about how these two scrapes look. They're incredible. I'm gonna show you at the end what you can do with some of this crazy art that you're making, but hang tight, I've got 2 more exercises for you. All right, friends, I have another exercise for you. We're gonna be using Crayolas. That's right. I do put my Crayolas in a vintage tin because I like to be a little extra, the dagger brush, and a pencil. I'm using a cold pressed watercolor paper, just some scraps that I had. Okay, I am literally just going to sketch some ovals. They do not need to be perfect. Hear me loud and clear, they should not be perfect. Just rando circles, ovals, whatever you want. You could do any shape, you could do hearts, and then I'm painting in with clean water. If your water isn't perfectly clean, it's not a big deal. Then I'm grabbing my Crayolas. Now I have sprayed these so they're nice and juicy, syrupy kind of texture. I'm using the tip of my brush and I'm going into the wet area and I'm dabbing in some color and I'm letting it explode as it feels like it wants to, right? Watercolor, friends, is all about surrender. If you've been painting for a while, you know that. You know that feeling. You have to give in to watercolor most times. Watercolor is not going to give in to you. So this is an exercise in just that. Surrendering to what the pigment wants to do in the water. This is also a great way to get to know a new brush. This is also a great way to get to know new watercolor pigments that you may have picked up. So if you're tired of the same old kind of swatching technique, you can do this to swatch out a new set of watercolors. So fun. So literally you just continue on and you can either wet your oval with clean water first and drop in color with the tip of your brush or the side of your brush, or you can go right into an oval with color right from the palette, right on the dry page. And you let those colors bump up next to each other, let them mingle, let them play, and see what happens. That's the beauty of these exercises. They allow you, they give you the space and the time to see what happens, to experiment. And I know it seems simple, the idea of experimenting, but a lot of times in life we forget, because what is experiment? It's just play, right? And as adults, we forget that we too need to play. I know, it's so simple. But once you realize how valuable play is to the creative spirit, it unlocks a whole world to you. All right, so you're just gonna continue on, adding water, adding color, letting things bump up and mingle. Oh, it kind of sounds like we're at like a bar. No, I'm kidding. There's that sense of humor. Anyway, friends, this is so fun. You can literally fill the whole page. Don't be nervous about getting your pencil into the wet areas. That's the point. Just keep going, keep playing, have at it. Have some areas be bolder in color. See what you can do by just kind of moving the pigment that's already on the page with a wet brush into areas that aren't painted yet. Play around with different ways to fill this page with ovals, water, and pigment. Try to stay in the lines if you really want to learn a new brush and you're not familiar with the brush you're using. The more strict you are with staying inside of those lines, inside of those ovals, the more you're going to discover about that brush you're using. Have fun with this one, friends. It's a good one. Now, another great thing that you can do here is mix brands, mix mediums. Yes, that's right. I'm taking some ink. This is just like an India ink, and I am dropping it into the wet areas. And do you see what's happening? Do you see that craziness? So fun. So this is another great exercise if your goal is to figure out how different pigments that you have in your arsenal, how they mix together, how they play together. Don't be afraid to mix brands, but experiment. Figure out what works, figure out what doesn't. Friends, we are now going on to a third and final exercise, and it is right from my newest book. It's all about circles. Simple, simple exercise, all about circles. We're going to be tracing with a cup. We're going to be painting with clean water onto our circles, and then we're going to be dropping in pigment. Oh yeah, let's do this. Okay, friends. Now I'm recording this one at night because I really want you to see just how much water I'm using for this one. So get ready. Okay, we're using the dagger brush again. And I'm using a pencil, of course. We need a pencil. Use whatever you want. Even use a pen if you want. And a mug. Any old mug will do. I'm also using gesso. You can use any type of white you want, gouache, white watercolor, but gesso really spreads in the ink. All right, now let's trace some circles. Now, ink is the most like wow factor for this. So some type of like watercolor, liquid watercolor, or actual like India ink. But you could do this with plain old watercolor too. You just won't get the explosions that you're about to see as like wildly, if that makes sense. So ink is best. Trace your circles, use all different size circles if you want, get all different items if you want. And then we are gonna go ahead and we're going to paint these circles with water. I think you know where I'm going here. Now, I'm gonna zoom in just a moment so you can really see how much water I'm using, because that's important. The more water you use, literally I'm creating puddles. Yeah, puddles of water on the page. And the more water you use, the more, in my opinion, I feel things move. Once that ink hits the paper, it really starts to dance. So look at that. See how much water I'm using. Okay, so this exercise, I'm just gonna talk a little bit about why this exercise is incredible and why you can go back to it again and again and again. It's going to help you better understand your brushes if you focus on staying within the lines. I know. We were taught for years as kids. Well, actually, we were taught as kids to stay in the lines. And then as adults, they wanted us to color outside the lines. But we want to stay in the lines for this one. If you want to practice brush handling. Did you just see what I did with that ink, friends? Did you see? Did you see? And that's literally the gist of this. You can do this. Literally paint the circles with clean water and then use the eyedropper of your ink bottle and drop in ink and then just play. But as you go, you're going to have these beautiful opportunities to shape those circles, to reshape those circles, to stay within the lines of the circles. And in the process of creating something really kind of cool looking, you're also, look at that, just like that, you're teaching yourself how to better handle your brush. And I love that. So it's like a low stress watercolor exercise. It's also, of course, something to paint when you don't know what to paint, when you don't have a clue as to what to paint, right? And I'm just taking some water and extending that pink ink into the next circle. You could have just rinsed your brush and filled that next circle with clean water, but I carried the pink over and now I'm dropping in some blue. The other thing I love about this exercise, you can mix different brands. You can use ink and watercolor, and you can see how things interact and what pigments and what brands play nicely together. Now, I highly recommend picking up the page at some point and doing a little dance, because look at the happy accidents happening all up in here. Seriously. Back to cleanish water, and I'm going to let that green kind of creep on over. Isn't that gorgeous? I did not paint this section of the circle with water first. I just went right in with a damp brush and kind of carried some of the existing ink on the page over. And there's that brush handling again. Love this. Fill that in, and literally, friends, just keep going. Go right off the edge of the page. Keep going till you feel like you don't want to go anymore. More circles, more tracing. This is so fun. It's stress relieving. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to show you a little bit later what you can do with this once it's dry, because you can keep going. And this can be your go-to when you don't know what the heck to paint. So officially, friends, you no longer have that excuse. I know, I'm kind of being hard on you, but seriously, you no longer have the excuse. I've given you 3 exercises that you can edit, transform, evolve in so many different ways so that you never have to feel like you don't know what to paint. So if you get the urge to paint, you always know what you can do. I love it. Now, you really want to level up? Add some white. This is where the gesso comes in. Go ahead and add some white to the really wet areas. And the white gesso in the wet areas of color acts almost like marbling. And it's so fascinating to watch. Look at that. Isn't that incredible? So I know you're going to have fun with that. I mean, you could take a toothpick and drag it through. Like, you could literally pretend you're marbling. Yeah, incredible. It's like a science experiment. These exercises are so exciting because every time you decide to do one of them, they always look different. Look at that blue. Look at that blue. It's so fun. Now, if you want to use watercolors for this, I have one piece of advice. Spray down your palette and get your watercolor pans, or however you use watercolors. I do a lot of half pans. Get those pans, get those watercolors super juicy. Now, that's one of my words. Juicy basically means syrupy. So you want that pigment really loosened up, really smooth, so that you get a lot on the page with one stroke of the brush. So that is my little trick. If you just have watercolors and you don't want to go out and buy inks, you can still do this and have tons of fun with it. Look at that. Isn't it gorgeous? I love too that you can get super intense, but you can also get super dreamy. You don't have to have all the intense pigment to have fun with this exercise. You can just do really soft, lots and lots of water, not so much pigment. Have fun with this. Okay, friends, if you want to take these 3 exercises to the next level, let's do this. I've got a pink pen and I'm going over top of that scraping art after it's dry, of course, and I am sketching. I'm doodling. Just get in there with a fun, brightly colored pen and have at it. And then you can turn this into a number of things. You could turn them into little cards or tags or frame them for a gift. Just trim off the sides. This is so fun if you want to take your painting exercises and make them into something tangible beyond the exercise. Now, listen, you don't have to turn your painting exercises into anything. Your art does not need to have a function, but if you want it to, here's some ideas. All right, now those crazy ovals, I am just going to tear this thing up and we're going to turn this into a super casual gift tag. That's right. And there's a bonus here. There's a mindset bonus in this one because tearing up your artwork, not to throw it out, but just to transform it is very cathartic. It's a challenge because it feels weird. It feels like you're destroying something, but tearing up your artwork and turning it into something new is a great challenge that I invite you to try. Yeah, so we just tear it up, write to and from on the back, punch a hole, and you're good to go. Thread some ribbon through there and you have a gift tag. Okay, I'm feeling like very Martha Stewart right now. I gotta stop. All right, and last but not least, what can we do with these circles, these inky circles? Well, friends, I want you to grab a marker. Now, I'm grabbing a marker that is kind of on its way out. It doesn't have a lot of life left in it, but I'm doing that by design. And I'm literally just gonna doodle into these circles. But each circle is gonna be a little different. I'm gonna start off with leaves and little round shapes and just keep going with that. Fill that circle. You decide where your fill stops and starts because you've got some overlaps, right? So you're gonna have to make some decisions, but don't think about it too long. Just keep doodling. Add some stripes, add a big flower. You could also do this with paint on a brush and sketch with your brush. Bringing in some white would be super cool. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do some circles over here, but notice every big circle I'm filling with a different type of doodle. Now, what is this, you might be wondering? It's nothing. It's just another way to continue exercising your artistic skills and challenge yourself. This isn't actually gonna turn into anything. Now, certainly you could trim this down to 5x7 and turn it into a gift, frame it, and be on your way. But your artwork doesn't always have to have a utilitarian function, so this can just be making art for art's sake. I'm adding some white now. How cool is that? That's it, friends. Just get in there and doodle and keep layering on, and see what happens. All right, friends, I hope you leave this session today with a renewed sense of inspiration. You never have to feel like you're out of inspiration. You'll never have to think too long about, okay, what should I paint? I don't know what to paint. That is no longer part of your art journey. I'm so glad you were here with me today. I hope you try these exercises. If you painted along with me, bravo, super fun. Love this, friends. And all I gotta say now is happy painting.
You guys, can we talk about the amount of free we feel, the level of free everybody feels right now? This day is really exciting because there's so much experimentation and it's like we're just gonna continue going in it. But I do also want to say, Christy, oh my goodness, she is just fantastic. I don't need to tell you that. Like, I know, yeah, her energy is so good. And it is like another person that you just want to hang out with. So today is very strongly on experimentation and letting go and playing. So much play, which is like what we all so need, right? And just to have a practice where we can just like release and loosen up and do the things. So I know Melissa says I want her to be my art therapist. Christy, you have a new job. I will be coming to your services. We all will be. Yes, the presenters in this retreat are fantastic. Marcia was saying that they all have great energy and vibes, and I think that that's just kind of like, yes, this is true, and it's not always the case, but it is a real big part of creativity in general. I think that it's really hard to come across somebody who doesn't have great vibes and is a genuine creative person. So good for us having the best group and the best ongoing chat that online exists, right? that's a sentence. Yeah, Teresa said creating is play. We need to remember. There was something else that somebody quoted that Christy said, and I thought oh man, I want to find it because it was so good. And it was something about how your art doesn't have a function. Christy's here, so she might be able to remind me what that says. But basically, like, that I've never heard that before, and it's so true, because it's like we sit there and try to perfect everything, but then when we remember that, wait, like, what's the point of making it be just so, and to whom's expectations do we need to meet other than our own? Like, that's my interpretation of it anyway, but I thought it was really cool. Yay, you guys are awesome. Yay. Thank you for all your compliments that I won't read out loud, because then but thank you. I'm flustered and shy. I'm so shy. Okay, we know it's not true. Listen, do you guys know what time it is? It's giveaway time. It's giveaway time. Giveaway time. It's giveaway time. I'll stop, but every single time I'm trying to develop a new tune that I actually like to make it an official song, and maybe by day 10 that will happen. We are only on day 4, so okay, so we are doing a giveaway. Anybody guess that? Great. The giveaway right meow is another one that's fun, experiment time. The Artistro paint pens. As you guys know, we have a ton of these to give away this week and next week. Artistro has been kind to want to spread paint pens all around to everybody so that you can write or draw on virtually anything. So the winner from this sesh, or the last few sessions, I don't know, just FYI, in order to win, all you have to do is be active in the chat even just once. So that's how that works. So the winner is Woody Wilson, and congratulations. What you need to do is email hello@thepigeonletters.com. Make sure to mention your username, which is Woody Wilson. That's an easy one. And within 48 hours. And then we will be able to ship your prize after retreat wraps. So congrats to you. And there I am again. Okay. So I wanted to take this time, since we have a cute buffer. I get distracted by your chat. Yay! Your energy is so good. It's like the one thing that we need so bad is just to like live in this room of vibrance and happiness and passion, and then we're all set. We're all set. Let's just do this every day. Okay, so I was getting a lot of questions via DM and email, and also through the chat yesterday and the day before a little bit about the retreat itself. So I thought I would share with you the process behind that, as far as instructing a course. So you've probably noticed that we have people that are very diverse in their medium, diverse in their subject matter, in the globe where people live. These are things that I think are really important to bring into this space, and to be just as inclusive as we can with all sorts of creativity, because I think that, gosh, you guys are noticing this just as you are playing along with us in these classes, is that you just never know what kind of stuff is going to open in your mind, and the new things that you'll fall into and be like, oh gosh, I never thought about XYZ. I got to try that. Or, I want to incorporate this in my practice, and just experimenting. So that's one of my favorite things to do. It's kind of how I got into the realm that I'm in, was because, you know, I started with one topic and then it just opened a door and then it opened another door and opened another door. And that's the beautiful thing about creativity. So that's kind of what it was structured on. But when it comes to actually, you know, participating in stuff like this, at least with me, I've been asked with criteria and whatnot, and I don't know how it ranges across the board, but I will tell you, to participate in events that are run by the Pigeon Letters, which is me and my team, is their criteria. We just try to get a very balanced group of people. That's what the criteria is. You don't need to have some crazy huge audience. I don't care about any of that. You don't have to be seasoned for 10 years. I don't care about any of that. I want to make sure that we all come together for the reason why we started, which is sharing, or which is creating and being proud of something that we create with our hands and then sharing that passion. That's it. That's the criteria. So it doesn't have to be scary. This is fun. As you can see, we've got some really awesome light hearts with us today instructing, who really just allow us to breathe and loosen up through the process. You know, if you make a mistake, is it a mistake? And if it is, that's okay. I don't know, you guys might have noticed the recurring theme throughout this week, which is embracing imperfections. I see it in the chat almost every single class through. I love how they're saying it's not, you know, we're not going for perfection here. And almost every instructor does. So that's something to remember with creativity too. And it's kind of a magical experience when we can come there. So that being said, I did, because of all of this, and as I was putting it together, I had so much interest in that kind of stuff. And then there were people who were expressing that they felt hesitant, even though it was something they wanted to kind of venture into. So I opened up a brand new Facebook group, which I'll just put on the screen because I talked about this on Monday and here we go. I think that the link got lost, but I did open a brand new Facebook group / Course Creator Secrets, TPL, where we're going to be talking a lot about creating courses, creating tutorials, workshops, materials, all that kind of stuff. So please, it's a private group, but it's open in the sense of like request to join. Here we go. Nice and big. And I want you guys there because I want to be able to facilitate getting rid of that like discomfort around the idea of putting yourself out there, because it really is so rewarding to be able to share what you love with other people. Exactly what Whitney said, need to stop being your own worst critic. And like, listen, we all are. And I think that Jen was in the chat this morning before the event even started saying stuff about how, maybe she wasn't in this chat, maybe she was in our Slack chat. So I'm sorry, Jen, I'm putting you on blast, but she was talking about, it's just organic, it's authentic, okay? I know you won't mind me saying this, which is the only reason why. But she was saying that she was nervous about this morning, and like, she's a top teacher on Skillshare. We all feel this at every single avenue. Catching moments. I see you in here. What is your first name? Because I don't want to keep calling you that. But she was saying I don't have Facebook. Not to worry. I'm about to drop some crazy amount of content at I'll put it in here too. On Instagram at this account. And you'll see there's nothing there right now, but it's brand new, and I have a whole bunch of content coming to it very shortly. So make sure to follow that one too. But yeah, I just want to be able to help you guys. That's what I love to do. That's, you know, this is a very, very rewarding space to be able to be on this side and facilitate for other people, and then like selfishly live vicariously through their excitement over and over again. I'll pretend that, it is about me. No, but you know that impact when you can make positive impact. So I wanted to kind of blurb about that for a minute. That's over. If you have questions, feel free to shoot over something in the chat. But write these things down before we move on. So we are moving on to more experimentation through today. It's going to be a lot of fun. Right now we are moving into a workshop with Katie Smith, who's going to show us something that I'm intimidated by, which is a mixed media portrait. So not only are we experimenting with mixed media, but it's gonna go right to a face, a portrait. That scares me. I know even Samantha was saying that she's been practicing people and it's hard. So I have not watched this workshop yet, so I'm right along with you guys. To dive in and see what this looks like. So, okay, I'm not going to go over time too much. I appreciate you all, and I appreciate so much all of your infectious energy. So, let's keep it rolling.
Hey everyone, my name is Katie, and I just want to say how thrilled I am to be here with Peggy and with all of you for the Summer Creative Retreat. If you don't already know me, I'm at studio.katie on Instagram, and I love painting galaxies. I art journal. I do work for Tombow USA, and I also sell my artist stickers, and I love teaching other artists how to live their creative dream lives and sell their work as well. So that's me, and today I want to show you how to create these beautiful mixed media portraits. I love drawing, so these are really fun, but you don't have to be great at drawing. You just have to have a fun attitude, lots of different mixed media supplies, and feel free to work loosely and abstract whatever you'd like to do. Alright, so let's get started. These are the supplies that you're going to need. First up is watercolor paper. I really love this Canson 140-pound paper because it's heavyweight, so it'll hold the water, but it's also affordable. Next, you're obviously going to need some drawing supplies. I have a monograph pencil or just a regular drawing pencil. These are both by Tombow. So whatever pencil you have handy, grab that. For me, that is Tombow's mono drawing pins. They come in multiple sizes here. So I really like the 01 tip or 03, and then they range all the way up to 08. So whatever your favorite is, grab that. And I also really love to use gel pens. So this Uniball Signo white gel pen is honestly my favorite go-to white gel pen, so that's what I will be using today. You will also want to get some Tombow dual brush pens out. I would just have the whole set here, but you can use whatever 10 pack you like, or if you have the individual markers. These are dual tipped and water based, so they work like watercolor and they're amazing. I will also be using watercolor pencils today because this is a mixed media portrait, so I want to use a lot of fun supplies. These are Inktense watercolor pencils, and they're really fun to use. For this portrait, I have also pulled out my Liquitex acrylic inks. These are so cool because they're like acrylic paints, but they're also very liquidy, so you can do a lot of really interesting techniques with them. And if you're using acrylic inks, you're also going to want a spray bottle to mix with water. You can use alcohol because it can give you some cool effects with the acrylic inks. And lastly, also salt, because I like to use these with the dual brush pens and the acrylic inks for a really fun effect. And finally, if you have any fun acrylic mediums, go ahead and get those out. Today I'm using glass bead gel and laser iridescent paste. The glass bead gel is basically just a gel medium, but it has tiny glass beads in it, which is really cool. And then the laser iridescent paste is also an acrylic medium, but it has like holographic laser pieces in it that look really amazing once it's dry. Oh, and one more supply that I forgot to mention is washi tape, because I like to tape down the edges of my watercolor paper before I start, just so that I have a nice clean edge once I'm done, and so that it helps the paper not warp as much. If you have your paper all taped down, it's just time to start sketching your portrait. Now, I do like to sketch pretty loosely, so you can work off of a reference photo, or you can just sketch from your head. Let me go over a few basic rules of drawing faces, and of course you can modify these to however you like to draw, but start by sketching an egg shape or an oval for your face, and then add a line through the center vertically and a line through the center horizontally, just to sort of graph out where you want your facial features to go. Now, because I'm drawing a 3/4 portrait or side profile, my vertical line is not directly in the center, but it's off to the side. You want to add a line halfway between the center horizontal line and the chin for the nose, and then another small line halfway between the nose and the chin for the mouth. So these are just some guidelines so that you know where to place your facial features. You can start sketching in the nose with a small oval and then refining it a little bit. I'm going to zoom up so you can see a little bit better here. I just start with an oval and then I sketch in her nostrils and just sort of refine her nose so that it actually starts looking like a nose, right? Make sure you add in a circle for the tip of her nose and then adding in the bridge of her nose up to the center line where her eyes are as well. And then as you can see, the nose makes sort of a triangle shape here. Next, I recommend sketching in the rest of her face, so I'm going to add her forehead and then start drawing in her eyes here. So we already drew the center horizontal line where her eyes go, and I'm leaving her eyes closed, so I really just have to draw her eyelids and eyelashes and then add eyebrows up above that as well. I also just want to give you a reminder that if you don't have your own style yet, or if you don't really have the confidence in your drawing style, don't worry about it too much. One thing I love about sketching and drawing is that you can keep it loose. It doesn't have to be perfect. You don't have to match my portrait exactly. And that's also the fun thing about these mixed media portraits, is that we're going to have a lot of fun with the inks and the paints after we get this girl sketched in. So trust me when I say your sketch doesn't have to be perfect. One more tip is, if you're working off a reference photo or if you're sketching, just look for common shapes like a circle in her chin or her cheekbone. Just look for the shapes and draw those rather than trying to make everything perfect. Make sure you give her a nice chin and then start sketching in her hair and her ear or whatever else you want to add to your portrait. And if you're adding an ear to a girl, just a sort of guideline tip is ears often line up between the jawline or the mouth and the eyes. So if you just draw guidelines over from the mouth and the eyes, that's generally where the ear should go. Now you can just be loose and have a lot of fun sketching in her hair, whether it's curly or straight. I really love to draw girls with very flowing hair, so I just add some really flowy lines and have a lot of fun with it. Okay, now that we have our sketch done, we are going to ink it using the drawing pins. So don't worry too much about it, just draw in her face, and then again for her hair, I still don't try to make it perfect. I still like to keep it loose and very flowing because of all the mixed media we're going to add on top of it. I am also going to speed this part of the video up just a little bit so that you don't have to watch me ink her in real time, because sometimes that takes me a little bit. You can take your time to ink your own drawing. Just have fun with it, and remember not to get too caught up in the itty bitty details. So do remember to keep it loose and just really have fun with it. So just don't worry too much about making it perfect. And of course, once you have finished inking your sketch and the ink is dry, thankfully these pins dry pretty fast, you will want to erase all of those lines. Next up, we get to add color, which is my favorite part, so go ahead and grab those dual brush pens and a jar of water and a paintbrush. Alright, I'm using 992 to add color to her face. You can actually add color directly to the watercolor paper and then brush over it with water. So that's what I'm doing here. The trick is that you have to work fairly fast. If you let the ink dry for too long, say maybe more than 5 minutes, it starts to really set into the paper. So then if you try to add water over top of it, you'll still see those brush marker strokes. So the trick here is just not to wait too long before applying the ink and then brushing over it with water. I'm also going to add a little bit of 817 to her cheek and a few areas where I want more of a blush tone, which includes like her nose and her lips. You can use a lot of different Tombow dual brush pens for different skin tones. I'm going to add a little bit of 977 to more shadowed areas like her neck or close to her hair or the sides of her nose, like anywhere I want to add a little bit of a darker skin tone. Next, you'll want to grab a jar of clean water and a paintbrush and just begin to brush over the ink. I really recommend starting with the lighter toned markers that you have and brushing over the lighter colors first with water, and then moving into the mid-tones and dark tones. This way you don't just brush everything into a puddle by starting with the darker tones. We don't just want one big blob, so start with the lighter tones and then move into the darker tones after you've already brushed over the lighter colors. This is actually a watercolor brush, so it holds a lot of water, but you can use any paintbrush that you feel comfortable with, or if you prefer a water brush, that works too. Next, I'm going to use that same pink dual brush pen just to add some color to her hair, because I really love just making the girl's hair like super colorful or galaxy filled more often than I do natural hair. So just repeat the same technique by scribbling on color just directly onto the watercolor paper and then brushing over it with water. Now, the more ink you add, the more vibrant the color will be, or the less you add, the more blended out and more transparent or lighter toned it will be. Now, while your ink is still wet, you can actually sprinkle salt into the wet dual brush pen ink, and then as it dries, it will give you this really cool speckled effect that I really love to do. Now, this does work better if you have the ink pretty wet rather than if you've not used much water or if the ink has dried a bit. So if you use enough water and it's still wet, sprinkle some salt in. Here you can see as it starts to dry, you start to get that speckled effect, and then it's even more obvious where you've had more ink and more water. At this point, her face is actually dry, so I am going to actually add another layer on top. So you can do this if the ink has dried and you just want to darken up a few places, like especially the shadows, or if you didn't add enough color to her cheek maybe. You can go ahead and use those same dual brush pens or even switch up the colors on top and just add another layer, and that will add more depth to your mixed media portrait. When you're layering colors, you use pretty much the exact technique as you did the first time around, but you just layer the ink on top and then brush over it again with water. So I'm just blending the ink out towards the rest of the face, but I'm not like over blending it, so I don't want to lose all of the shadows that I just added, but I also don't want the harsh lines of the brush strokes. So that's why I'm just lightly blending it out back towards the face. Also, make sure you darken up areas like beneath her chin on her neck because these will naturally be places where there are shadows and it will naturally be darker. So just make sure you add that in there and then blend it out a little bit so that it's not too harsh. Okay, now that we've added more depth to her face, I want to show you how to use these watercolor pencils for this mixed media portrait. So these are really fun, and I have a few different ways that we can use them to just add some fun, sketchy, and watercolor techniques to her hair. For this first method, you can actually just draw directly onto the watercolor paper with the watercolor pencil. So you can just get sort of sketchy with it, color in some of the shadows or anywhere you want to add some more lines or some more depth. So I'm doing this where her bangs are because I want it to be a little bit darker there. And then you'll just brush over the pencil with water and you get that watercolor effect as the ink sort of blends out. For the second technique, you can actually brush the paper first with clean water. So get the paper wet and then draw onto the wet paper with the watercolor pencil. And this will give you a darker line. The color won't really bleed out that much, but you get a more vibrant line with the pencil, so it just adds a fun sketchy look. Okay, and the final technique that I want to show you with these watercolor pencils is that you can actually dip the pencil tip into the jar of water itself and then scribble with it. Now, this will probably eat up your pencil faster than if you just sketch it directly onto the pencil and then brush over it. But by getting the pencil lead wet first, then it goes on in like heavier lines and it just looks really cool. So I think it's worth it from time to time to actually just dip it straight into the water. And then once it dries, it works just fine like a regular watercolor pencil as well. I am also going to add a little bit of a different color here. So I'm going to take this blue watercolor pencil and just add a bit more variety in the colors in her hair. So I'm going to add some blue lines and then maybe fill in part of her hair on the right here with more blue. So you can switch back and forth between the few different techniques I showed you using these pencils, either sketching directly on the paper and then brushing over it with water, or wetting the paper first with clean water and then sketching into that. Or you could also dip the pencil in water and then using that to sketch on the paper for bolder, more vibrant lines. So however you want to use them, they're super fun to use for any mixed media portrait. Okay, are you ready to switch to another fun medium? If so, let's go ahead and grab our acrylic inks and our spray mister and our alcohol. You do want to make sure that you shake up the ink before you open it. So give it a good shake and then we're going to open it. It has these little droppers and then you can just drop the ink onto the page. So this is really fun. You can drop the ink and then mist it with water and watch how it spreads. So you do want to be careful and don't spray the ink anywhere towards her face because you don't want to cover that up in ink. So you can have some paper towels on hand just in case you need to clean something up. But it's really fun if you just spray it with water and then watch how it goes. And like the watercolor pencils, you can actually spray the page with water first and then drop the ink onto the wet paper. So again, just make sure you're not getting it on her face, but you can definitely play around with it. I have found that while I really love this copper or the metallic inks, they don't spread as much, so just don't expect them to. Just use them as an embellishment ink, but don't really expect them to spread, even though they're really pretty and really fun. You can also use the dropper of the ink just to make lines or sketches or any other sort of mark making you want. Just add a bit more free, fun, and abstract elements to the mixed media portrait. Okay, so this is where the alcohol can come in. While your ink is still wet, you can actually drop the alcohol just in little drips into the wet ink, and it will sort of like resist the ink. So it adds these really cool circular effects, which I think look really fun. So I just like to add them in here. This used to be a bottle of Tim Holtz Ranger alcohol, but I ran out of that, and then I just filled it back up with regular medicinal alcohol, and it works just fine. And here you can see a little more close up, like the really cool effect that it can give you in the acrylic ink. Now, between this step and the next step, I do really recommend that you let it dry overnight so that the ink is all dry, which is what I did here. So now that it's dry, I'm going to use that white gel pen I mentioned back at the start of the video, and I'm just going to add a little bit more embellishment or flair to this mixed media portrait, because in my personal style, nothing is finished until I've added a little bit of white at the end. I personally just like to use the white gel pen to follow alongside most of the black lines I did at the start where I inked the portrait, and just add some highlights to her face or to add more fun flair to her hair or sparkles, galaxy stars, whatever I'm working on. I just like to add these white highlights because I feel like it really makes it pop. Okay, and finally, to make this a really mixed media portrait, we're going to get out those acrylic mediums. So as I mentioned before, I have glass bead medium, and I also have the laser iridescent paste, which is what I'm going to start with here because it's one of my favorites. You can apply it using a spatula or a paintbrush, whatever you like best, but just know if you're using a paintbrush, you make sure you wash it out really good. Can you see like the sparkles that this will add to your page? It has these little laser holographic pieces of foil in it, and so it just adds this little touch of magic, which I really love. I also want to apply a little bit of this glass bead gel because it's acrylic gel with these tiny little glass beads in it that looks really cool when it's dry. So I'm going to just use the same technique using a metal paint spatula just to scoop some on here, and then I will just sort of scrape it along the page, which it does honestly look a little weird when it's wet. Like, I think it looks strange, but then once it dries clear, you have these really cool, almost sparkly glass beads on your page, and I just really love the effect. Okay, and one more thing. If you've been watching this tutorial video and you think, okay, this is really cool, Katie, but I don't actually have any of these supplies that you're showing me right now, don't worry about it. One thing that I really love about mixed media portraits or just any sort of mixed media work is that you can use whatever you have. Like, you can mix any of your mediums. So if you don't have laser iridescent paste or you don't have glass bead gel, but maybe you do have modeling paste, you can use the modeling paste maybe through a stencil or just apply it in a really fun way and combine it with some dual brush pens or a pencil sketch and just mix different techniques, and you'll still have this really amazing mixed media portrait or illustration, whatever you do, even if you don't have exactly the same supplies that I'm using. Okay, so I'm going to call this mixed media portrait done. It's still wet right here, but I'm going to let it dry overnight, and then let me show you how it looks once it's all dry. And I have peeled off the tape and it's all finished, ready to go. You ready? Here we are. The tape has been removed, so you got that nice clean white edge, and look at these shiny acrylic mediums. Like, they add so much sparkle and so much depth, and just really, I think they add some magic to your portrait, and it just turns it into a mixed media illustration, which I think is really cool. Now, if you've stuck with me this long through this tutorial, I really hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you have made your own mixed media portrait, and I also want to say that if you ever need some inspiration or if you ever get creative block, I want to invite you to join me for a free challenge I have on our website, shopstudiosisters.com. I have a creative block challenge where I send you emails for 3 days and I send you actionable prompts. So over those 3 days, you make 7 pieces of art, and it's just really fun. And I've had a lot of comments from people who've taken it that say they will always come back to this challenge whenever they have creative block because it's helped them so much. So if that's you, I hope you sign up at shopstudiosisters.com/creativeblock. And if you have created your own mixed media portrait following this tutorial, please share it on Instagram, whether that's in your feed or in your stories, and tag me at studio.katie because I would love to see it and cheer you on. So if you want to find me on the internet, I'm at studio.katie, where I share my art journals and my galaxies and all of my illustrations. Or you can find me and my sister at Shop Studio Sisters, where we share our stickers that we create and tips for other small businesses and Etsy shop owners like ourselves. And finally, if you want to shop my stickers and just see all the cool things I do with them, go to shopstudiosisters.etsy.com. Bye guys!
I don't even have anything to say because of that was good job, Katie. I don't even know, man, the depth and texture goodness that just was treated to us. Also, I got a screenshot of your guys' reaction when she had her final reveal. It's so good. I'm gonna see, actually. I want to show you because it's just like how I think we were all feeling. Oh gosh, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to. Okay, 37. I don't even know where it went. You know how screenshots reorder? Oh yeah, here we go. And then there was this one. Like, everybody freaked out. I love it so much because that's exactly how I felt. Okay, you guys know what you said. I was just really excited. Obviously, I get really passionate, and we all get really passionate, and it's so fun. Yeah. So, if join her challenge that she shared. Just do that. That's all I can say. Okay. Good and done. I know everyone's still saying what? Like, what was that we just watched? Magic, that's what. Okay, so now we are actually going into even more experimentation with Sharon Coughlin from Mad Paper Crush, and this one is going to be a lot heavier on, like, okay, wait. You guys know how to pronounce this. This is a newish word for me. It's like journaling ephemera, right? MERA, something like that. How do you pronounce it? You guys can't tell me because you are not on a microphone. Ephemera. Anyway, it's going to be very fun because you're going to be creating or watching to do later, but I mean, you have time. Get some newspapers, get some washi tape, get some colored paper, paint some paper, let it dry. Mixed media art journal from a discarded book, which also is an excuse to go to a thrift store. And I love shopping for old books. I just got one that is, oh wait, no, it's right there. Anyway, okay. Cool. So let's keep experimenting. Let's keep it going. And I just feel so good about this. Alyssa's like, okay, random, but a hummingbird just flew by my window. Not random. I've got 2 butterflies. This is just a good day. Do you guys feel this energy? Yeah. We could drop in the Peggy's on mute challenge. That actually scared me that you said that because I truly thought, again, I was on mute and I was talking for so long. I'll probably be on mute at some point today. Okay, let's continue. Thank you to Katie. That was amazing. And we'll move in. Welcome Sharon right now.
Hi everyone, my name is Sharon. I'm from Mad Paper Crush. Welcome to the Summer Creative Retreat. Today we are going to be making this mixed media art journal from a discarded book. So from an old book that probably was gonna hit the trash bin, we're going to create this beautiful journal that you can use as a base for your art journaling, for doing collage. It has 3 signatures in it with all sorts of different papers, some of my under papers. It has pages from the original book here, old envelopes, all sorts of goodness to really inspire your creativity throughout this entire journal. So let's go ahead and get started. So I just wanted to show you the freebie that I'm offering real quick. It has a collage page here with a bunch of roses. You can see some vintage papers beneath and some digital gesso like bubble wrap and different paint strokes and things like that. And then there is also sort of a background page that has coffee dyed staining on it that I've already printed on the back here. And then I wanted to do kind of just a plain sort of background page because if I do some collaging, I like to kind of start with something plain sometimes. So I printed this background page out also with the coffee dyed staining on the back. And then the last sheet is a envelope with a little card that fits inside. The card has matching roses on it, and you can see that the envelope is kind of made up from a little bit of this collage page as well. And then you can cut out the envelope, and when you fold it up and put it together, the little card will fit inside. And I'm going to be using this, and I also printed the coffee dyed paper on the back of that one. So that little freebie is there for you if you would like it. All you have to do is go to madpapercrush.com/summer retreat, all one word. All right, let's talk about our supplies, the materials that we're going to need to make this great book. So the first thing is a book. So I brought a couple out here. This is the one I'm going to use because I love the cover, and the back is even embossed, and it is nice and worn and grungy, which I totally love too. And the spine is going on this, so it's probably going to fall apart after too much longer anyway. So we're going to be taking this one apart just because I love it so much. I want this to be my cover. But I wanted to mention some of the other books that you could use. You could use a dollar store book if you wanted to, if it has just a nice hardcover. It could be something that you like, but even if it's not something you like, you could use this as a palette for creating, some art on there. So you could put collage on here, you could add die cuts, you could cover it with fabric, you could add some modeling paste to a stencil to give a raised effect. There's a lot of things you could do with a book that's kind of plain if that's all you have. Then the next thing, let me just move these out of the way. The next thing is our fabric. And we're going to need 2 different types of fabric. The first is like an upholstery fabric, or you can use old denim. So my husband, he's a landscaper, and a lot of times he goes through, denim jeans with his work. So I keep a lot of those and I cut them up and use them for crafts and things like that. So for this book here, I actually used some old denim as the spine fabric here. So you could use something like that. This was an upholstery fabric that I had for covering kitchen chairs, dining room chairs, and it's just left over. So I think I'm going to use that one because I like the way it looks with the book that I'm using. And so you want something that's going to be a little bit sturdy, that has a little bit of weight to it. This is going to be our outer spine. And then for the inner spine, you can use a lightweight fabric, and this can be a cotton or it can be a blend, but just something that is pretty lightweight. You don't want the inside fabric to be too thick. So you can use scraps for that as well. If you had a light t-shirt or something, as a scrap, you could probably use that as well. Okay, so those are our fabrics. And then for our signatures, so for the papers that we're going to be using inside, you could just use mixed media paper if you wanted to. So this is just from a mixed media book that I have, but a lot of times when I'm starting out doing some art journaling or some mixed media, I like to have something that's not blank. And so to to remedy that, we're going to use some different kinds of papers in this book. So I've pulled out some book pages from a flower book that I got at a thrift store. So this just has some cool drawings and some text on there, which I think is always looks nice with layering and things like that. This is another botanical book that has some antique botanical copy illustrations in there. I love those because of the color, because of the old paper look to it. Dictionary pages. Now these are a little bit thin, but I will show you how you can even use thin papers in this book if you would like to do that. So I love dictionary pages. I probably put them in every journal I make just because I love them so much. You can also use old envelopes. So these envelopes, you can see here, have such cool designs on the inside. And there's, you know, depending on the company, there's a lot of different designs on the insides of these that make a fun background, you know, for doing your art journaling or having a place to start. So I just grabbed a bunch of those because I want to use those. I grabbed some old ledger paper, and actually these are scraps. This ledger is actually really long. So I just, you know, got some offcuts that I thought would work in this book here. I love art journaling over ledger paper. Vintage ledger paper is awesome. And then for some color, I just pulled out some of my old jelly prints and, you know, runoff papers that I thought I would throw in there because this is a perfect base layer for doing some other artwork on. So I just pulled out a bunch of those, and I even pulled out some of my under paper. Those are the different kinds of papers that you might need. Use your imagination here. Look around and see what you have. Be creative about it. Whatever you find is, you know, probably going to work. I'm probably also going to use some printed paper, and I will show you that when we get to that. Okay, next thing is our thread. So I'm using a nylon thread, but you could use a linen or cotton bookbinding thread. I don't even know if you can see this. And I just picked a color that matches my cover there. This thread is pretty thick, but I'm not a gentle person all the time. So I like to have something a little bit heavy duty when I sew my signatures into my books. So that's what I'm going to be using. And then some other things that you might want to use. These are kind of optional, but I might be using some of them. So I just wanted to kind of show you what some of them are. So the first is washi tapes. I just have a whole basket here. I might be using some of those, possibly some masking tape, some gummed packing tape. So this is packing tape that is, it's dry, obviously. But on the inside, I don't know if you can see that is shiny there, but when you wet this side, it becomes a very sticky adhesive. And so it's great for, you know, putting on the inside of journals and things like that. So, all right, I'm going to run through some tools real quick. You're going to need just about every kind of cutting thing that you have, or at least I'm probably going to use them. So scissors, I have a craft knife, a rotary cutter, a paper cutter, but we'll also be doing some tearing and stuff like that. So, you know, you may not need all of these things, but these are the ones I typically use. And then I also have a hole punch for our front and back end papers in our envelope. I have a ruler so that I can cut straight. I have some binder clips. We're going to use these when we're sewing in our signatures. I have a paper piercer. You could also use an awl to punch holes for our signatures so that we can sew them in, you know, having the holes already punched for us. I'm going to be using a sewing needle, a bookbinding needle. I'm going to be using a straight one. I think for this one, the straight one works better than the curved one, but you could certainly use that as well. I'm going to be using some different glues, probably my art glitter glue and this Beacon 3-in-1 glue that I really like for heavy duty grab and hold for me. And okay, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to prep our book and get it ready. Now, once again, I have chosen an old book that has really seen better days. I got it at a thrift store, so I really, you know, feel like this book would have been thrown away otherwise. That's why I'm comfortable tearing it up. I'll probably be using some of the book pages even in this book. I love doing that. So once I take some of the pages out, we'll probably use them in this project as well. So all I'm going to do here is I'm opening up my book and I'm just going to use my craft knife to cut this in this gap here by the spine. And I'm going to be careful. I'm going to try to be careful to not actually cut through the spine, because this is it's a pretty spine. I like that spine, and I think it could be used for another project, but I want to be sure I'm getting the back of this, the signature block detached from the front cover and from the back cover. So you can see that came off pretty easily there. So, and I always like looking at the end papers on the signature block. I think that's really cool what they glue down sometimes. All right, and I'm going to do the same thing for the back, and we're just going to pull that off as well. Okay, now that we have our signature block out, I'm just going to cut out the spine. So I'm going to use my ruler, and I'm just going to line it up with the crease in the spine, and I'm just going to cut. And it should come off pretty easy, because that portion, should be just fabric or bookbinding cloth there. So I'm going to do that on the other side as well. And then I'm just going to clean up these edges a little bit. All right, now we're going to prep our signatures, which just means that we're going to get our papers together. So I'm going to do 3 signatures. So I need 3 groups or 3 stacks of paper. And in mine, I'm probably going to put between 5 and 7 pages in each signature. So in each stack that I'm going to create, I'm going to put about 5 different papers. Okay, I have these ready to go, and these will maybe be the base of my 3 different stacks, just so I kind of have them separated. So now the rest of what I'm going to do now to prep my signatures is I'm going to go through this stack of papers that I pulled out and just pull out the ones that I want to go in the book. I'm not worried about sizes yet. We'll do that in a minute, but I want you to go through and just pick out all the papers that you want in each signature. Okay, I always get carried away, so I'm just checking to be sure I have between 5 and 7, and I think I do for all of them. This one had 8, but I went through and pulled out one, and I'm going to put that in the one that had 6. So I think they all have 7 now. So I just, like I said, I just kind of have them split up, because I want each signature to have a separate, a variety of different pages in it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move 2 of these to the side. So what we're going to do when we create our signatures is you want your signature to be, your pages, each page to be approximately the height of your cover, and then double the width here, because when we open it, this is double, okay? So for mine, my height is not quite 8 inches. It looks like it's about 7 3/4 inches. And then the width of one side is about 5 inches. So I want my papers to be 7 3/4 by about 10 inches wide, and then they'll fit in the signature correctly. Now, that being said, this is not a hard and fast rule. This is just an approximation. I like to have things sticking out or being able to fold over. So sometimes I might do, like if I take this end paper, well, that's not a good example. Let me take this one. This is about 11. This is like a standard size piece of paper. I might not cut this down or tear this down. I might just leave it, and when I fold it, I might, fold in one edge so that I have a little flap there. I often like to do that as well. Now, the other thing that I wanted to say is that depending on your preference, you can make these taller too. So instead of it just being 7 3/4, you could maybe go up to, say about 9 inches or something like that. So I'm actually going to do that right now. I'm going to just kind of tear this down. And you could use a ruler or something if you wanted this to be a little bit more exact. But now I have this crazy piece of paper, and when I fold it in half, or approximately, now I didn't even measure, it's wider than 5 inches when it's folded in half, but that's okay. When it goes in the signature, you can see that it might stick out the top and the bottom. But if you like that sort of, eclectic look, you can definitely do that. So I just wanted to kind of give you, you know, there's no hard and fast rule here. You can use a paper cutter if you want your edges to be straight. You can tear like I just did. You can kind of do this any way you want. So I'm going to go through and do all that. Oh, and let me just mention, so for the pages that we have that are already folded, I mean, this one is, you know, almost like 14.5 inches wide when it's open, but I'm going to use this as my signature. So I just have to figure, you know, do I want to cut it down here or do I want to leave it? And then the other thing is, now this is a perfect example of where I could take the edges and just fold them over so that I have a flap if I wanted to do that, or maybe even a pocket if I wanted to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and cut all these down to the size that I want them for this one signature so that they'll be ready to go in. Okay, so I have everything cut down, I believe, the way that I want to do that. So I'm just going to show you now how I'm going to put it together. So for anything that's not folded, I'm going to fold it. And since this one is longer, I didn't cut off any of the side edges. Since this one is longer than 10 inches, I'm just going to kind of line it up, fold it around 5 inches. So I have, you know, where the middle of the signature is. And then I'm going to take this, like I had said before, and I'm just going to fold it back like that. So I have a little flap here. So this one's ready to go. Now, if you were watching, you saw that I cut off only a half of this to 5 inches because I really didn't want to cut this apart. So for this one, I'm going to make another fold. And since I know this is 5 inches, I'm going to fold it just about to the edge there so that I have that flap and I can, you know, use this as a base. I can open it back up and use it as a base if I want to. Same with this one. The pictures are so pretty on here that I think I'm just going to fold it at the 5-inch mark. And depending on, you know, how this turns out, I may even make a pocket. So like for this one, I like this picture better. So I'm going to fold this in at around 5 inches. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sometimes math makes me crazy. Okay, so that one's ready to go. This one, I like that it's sticking up. This one I don't have to do anything to right now because it came from the book, so I know it's the right size. And then this one, I wanted to, I'm just putting it in, it's not a fold, I just tore it out. So this one I'm going to put in sideways. And I did measure it, it's less than 10 inches long, and it's less than 7 3/4. So I'm just going to fold this one in half. That was the only one, you know, I didn't have to do something to. And then this last one, my envelope here, I cut down, first I cut off the ends so that I could open it up. So now I have my, you know, perfect fold for my spine right there. And then I cut this side down to 5 inches, but I didn't do the other side. So I'm either going to cut this off or I'm just going to fold this over. So depending on how much this flap annoys me will be the deciding factor. I kind of like that there is some see-through here because I think that makes a fun page in your art journal to be able to put something like that in there. So I think I'm going to leave this flap on now. Obviously, you can cut it off at any time later. All right, so now that all of my papers are folded and ready to go, I just have to decide what order I want to put them in. So I'm going to take maybe this one as my outer one, and then I'm just going to put them inside of each other in whatever order I like. And I kind of like to split things up. So if I have, you know, text on a lot of them, like I try to, you know, put something in between there. And then you can also decide, you know, for the things that don't have text, you know, what side up do you want? What side out do you want? I could have folded this way if I wanted to give, you know, a different look. So, which actually I think I'm going to leave it that way. And then I'll put another text one in here. I'll put my jelly print one here. And actually, since this one has a fold just like this one, I may flip this over so my fold is on the front side. And then I'll end with my dictionary page. So as you can see, this is one signature all ready to go. So I'm going to go ahead and do the other pages in my signature so that I have my 3 signatures ready to go. Okay, I have my 3 signatures ready to go. And before I do any sewing or anything like that, what I want to do is go through each signature and find any of the pages that may have weakness in the spine. So that might, you know, want to tear on me in the spine. So like the pages that came out of the book, I want to reinforce, as well as the dictionary page. I think that might be it. That's that I'm afraid might tear. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull out my masking tape or my washi tape here, and I'm just going to add a little bit of reinforcement to the spines of those pages that I feel might, you know, end up tearing when I sew. I'm not going to be real precise about this. You don't have to do it on the front and the back if you don't want to. I'm just going to run a piece of tape right over the spine so that it folds in on itself, and that's all I'm going to do. Same with the washi tape. So if I want to do this dictionary page here, I'm just going to find a piece of washi tape that I think looks fun. And it doesn't have to be real wide. Maybe I'll use this kind of vintage butterfly since it sort of matches the dictionary page itself. So I'm just getting an approximate size here. I like to have things torn and kind of messy. And then I'm just going to make sure that this tries to saddle the spine there. And then I have to go back and refold it so that I'm creasing my washi tape. So I'm just going to go through all the signatures and kind of do that. I'll probably do different pieces of tape or masking tape, different things throughout the whole, you know, each signature. So I'm just going to go through and do that real quick so we have our pages ready to be sewn. Okay, I have my signatures all together, and as you can see, I did go ahead and add in some of the freebie papers that I had printed out before, because I realized that my papers were folding pretty flat. So I thought, well, I have some room to add some to. So I'm just going to add in these digital papers that I printed out from the freebie that you can get. And since I printed them on my inkjet printer, I probably won't use water-based things on these, but I might do some collage, I might do some sewing, that kind of thing on these pages. But I really like them, so I wanted to make sure I added them into my journal. Okay, so now that I have my 3 signatures ready to go, I'm just stacking them on top of each other, and we're going to measure to see how wide our spine needs to be. So I'm just stacking them on top of each other. I'm not going to press them down. I'm going to kind of let them do what they want to do. And then I'm going to measure, standing up my ruler, you know, on the side here, and just kind of measuring about to the top here. You can do it to the sewn side of the signatures. You don't have to measure to the open side if you don't want to, because we're going to add some on. So when I look at this, it's about a little bit less than 1 1/4 inch. Now, because I want to be sure I can add things to my art journal, like gesso, textures, maybe sew in some fabrics, different things like that, to this 1 1/4, I'm going to add another 1/4 inch so that my spine is going to be 1 1/2 inches wide. I think that'll be a good size to make sure I have enough room to add into the journal whatever I want to add to the journal. So I have my 1 1/2 inch spine, and then to that, we're going to add an additional 1/4 inch to each side of that. So really we're going to add a half an inch to what your spine measurement is. So I measured 1 1/2 inches. I'm going to add a half an inch so that I have a 1/4 inch on either side of my spine for the covers to fold back and forth. So my total spine is going to be 2 inches wide. So whatever your measurement is, make sure you jot it down so that you know how wide your spine needs to be when we start cutting our fabrics. Okay, we're going to cut our fabrics for our spine. So we have an outer spine fabric and an inner spine fabric. And we're going to cut a piece of each, and they're going to be the same size. To get the size of the fabric that we need to cut from both of these, you're going to take the height of your book cover. So mine is 7 3/4 inches. And then we're going to put our spine in. So remember we said our spine, my spine is going to be a 2-inch spine, but I'm going to need some additional fabric because we're going to attach it to these covers. So I'm going to take my 2-inch spine and I'm going to add 2 inches on either side. So whatever your width of your spine is, add 4 inches, and that's the size that you want. So the height is just one height, so 7 3/4, and then I'm going to do mine 6 inches wide. So 7 3/4 by 6 inches wide, and I'm going to cut one of each of those out. Now the outer fabric I'm going to cut because it's very thick. I can't tear it. I do a lot of times love to have torn fabric, but this one I'm going to have to, cut with my scissors. But this one I can tear. And I want to do that because I love to have some edges that are torn on my fabric. So to do that, if you've never torn fabric before, I'm just gonna take my measurement here. And actually, before I do that, I'm gonna see if this is going to be either wide enough or long enough. And it is 6 inches. So I have 6 inches for my spine, but I'm going to do my height this way. So if I measure down my 7 3/4 inches, and this doesn't have to be perfect, but I don't want too much fabric hanging out off the edge. So I am going to kind of cut it close. So let me grab this grease mark pencil here, and I'm just going to mark my 7 3/4, just so I kind of know where to tear. Whoops. And then I'm going to take my scissors, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut maybe 1/4 inch into the fabric, so I know where I want to tear, and then I'm just gonna give it a rip. And then I'm going to cut off my side piece here by doing the same thing. Oh, I better measure it. I'm not sure. Actually, it's okay if it's a little bit wider than 6 inches, I think, because, it's just going to be going along the edges. So I just wanted to make sure it's at least 6 inches. But if it's a little bit wider, that's okay. All right, so now we've torn this off, and I do need to tear this piece off as well. So I'm just gonna, once again, you just make a little cut, and most fabrics tear really nicely, and then you have that beautiful torn edge that I know I love so much. All right, it's coming together. We're going to adhere our fabric to our spine now. So to do that, I've cut my piece so it should be the right size. I'm going to prep these insides just a little bit. They, have porous paper on them, but I want to be sure my glue really sticks. So I'm just going to take my craft knife and make a series of marks on this paper. We are going to cover this up, so I'm not concerned about this showing. I know my spine fabric is only going to go over about 2 inches, but I'm going to do this to the whole thing so that anything else that we add to this will already be sort of prepped and ready for us to go. So like I said, I'm just adding some marks in there so that my glue will really kind of seep in there and adhere. It's hard to tell on this, but I want to be sure that the outside, the right side of my fabric, is on the outside of the book. So when you look at this, I want this side out of the spine there. So all we're going to do this is we're going to create our 2-inch spine, which we had talked about. And then we're going to glue this down. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to start 2 inches over, and I'm going to glue this side down first, and then I'm going to glue the other side down. So I just kind of want to have it where I want it here. And maybe what I'll do to make it a little bit easier is I will mark a 2-inch mark on the inside of my cover so I know sort of how far over I should put the glue, because I don't want to glue up the whole inside pages there. I mean, eventually we will, but I don't want to glue all over the place when my fabric only goes to a certain point. So now that I have my marks, I'm just going to take my glue and I'm going to be pretty generous with this. I'm going to make sure I get all the way up to the edge of each of the covers. And like I said, I am going to do this one step at a time so that I want to be sure the glue, you know, is stuck down on the first side before I do the second side. So once I feel like I got enough glue on there, which I'm hoping that that's enough, I'm going to go ahead, line up my fabric, and maybe I'll do it this way. Line up my fabric just about with those marks that I had made. Make sure my outside, the right side, is down. And then we're just going to wait for a couple minutes to let that dry. All right, our first side is good and dry. I'm going to go ahead and glue the second side down, doing the same thing. I don't even have to worry now about how, you know, far apart this is because I have my marks over here. So I know that as long as I don't go past my marks, I'm going to end up with my 2-inch spine. The only thing that I want to kind of watch is to make sure that my covers stay, you know, pretty level and in line. So I'm going to just go ahead and do the same thing I did, grab my glue and add it, and we'll put the fabric down there as well. All right, now we're going to make our template so we can sew our signatures into our book. And I've cut 2 pieces of paper, the height of my cover, so 7 3/4 inches, and the width is going to be the width of our spine, minus the extra 1/2 inch that we put on for the gap on either side. So this is 1.5 inches wide, and I've cut them both like that. And so one of them, I'm just going to fold in half. This is going to kind of be our, you know, template for the holes. And then I'm going to very quickly, I'm not going to use any measurements, although you could, depending on how you feel about that kind of thing. I'm just going to mark where I want some holes to go in this. So I want one that's approximately in the middle, and one on the top and the bottom that are at least 1/2 inch in, I'd say. So like I said, you don't have to be exact about this. It's not going to show that much. And then I'm using my little paper piercer here to create holes. So this will be the template that I'll use to punch holes in each one of my signatures. And then on this one, what I've done on the back is I've created 3 lines because for my 3 signatures, and I've kind of spaced them evenly apart. You can put them as far apart as you want. With my 1.5 inch spine, I decided to put a center line, and then 1/2 inch on either side is where those lines are going to be. Now, the other thing that I want to do is I'm going to mark where the holes are on this other template so that everything matches up. So I'm just kind of coming in here and marking with a pencil where that goes so that I can add the holes to each one of my lines, and I'll be able to sew them in. So I'm just going to take my ruler here and make some lines across each of these marks that I've made. And then we'll be able to see where I need to poke holes as we're sewing. So now we're going to poke our holes in our signatures. And so I've taken each of the signatures and secured them with these big paper clips. You could use binder clips if you wanted to. And I'm going to take my folded template and I'm going to, I did mark it so I knew which way was the top. And I'm going to line it up in the middle of my signature, right where I want it there. I'm going to grab my paper piercer. You could use an awl here. And then for the 3 holes, I'm just going to use my paper piercer and this old telephone book to punch holes all the way through the signature so that I have my holes ready to sew. And I'm going to leave these clips on to hold everything in place. And I'm going to do that for each one of my signatures. All right, we are going to fix our inner spine fabric so that we can get ready to sew. So I have it all cut out and ready to go. And I'm going to flip it over because this is the side I want you to be able to see from inside the book. So I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to take the template that we made and I'm just going to glue it down right to about the middle. So this is also something that doesn't have to be completely exact, but we want it, you know, as close to the middle as you can so that your fabric on either side will glue down to the outer fabric, the outer spine fabric. So I'm just going to glue this down, and you want to let this dry before you move on so that your needle, when you're sewing, doesn't get all gluey. Okay, this is all dry, and the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to use my paper piercer again, and on the template, everywhere the lines meet, I'm going to punch holes so that I have a spot on the fabric on the right side that I can see. So when I'm sewing, I know where to put my needle on that side. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure I have all those holes in the fabric ready to go. All right, let's get sewing. So I have my needle threaded with my thread that I'm going to use, and I've made the length of this thread about 3 times the height of my book, of my signature. So that's all ready to go. I'm going to start with my first signature. So it should go on the left-hand side of this inner spine fabric, but when I flip it over, that left side becomes the right side. So that's where I'm going to start here. So I'm going to put my needle through the middle hole, and then match it up with my signature, making sure my signature is right side up the way that I want it. I'm going to pull this through, but leave a tail. You don't want it to go all the way through, which I have done before. And then you're going to find the hole at the bottom or the top, one of the other holes. And then you're going to put that through the fabric here. I can find that hole. So that's going to come through here. And then I'm going to skip the middle hole and go all the way up to the other hole, whichever one you haven't poked through yet. And I'm going to put my needle in that one. And then I'm going to pull that out. And then the last stitch here, I tore that a little bit, but we'll fix that later. Let's see if I can pull that through, is we're going to go back down through the center hole and the center of the fabric. So we're just going to match all those up. And when you put your needle through there, after you do that, you can tighten everything up. So I like to at least get the stitches in, but then what I'll do is I'll just kind of wiggle things around to make sure I have nice tight stitches, that it's not pulling away from the spine here, which this one kind of is. So I'm just going to kind of go through and pull these so that they're nice and tight, and then we will tie them up. And when you tie them, I like to have one end on one side of that thread and one side on the other. And I'm just going to do a nice double knot here, real tight. And I'm just going to leave the strings for now. We'll fix them at the end. So now I'm just going to go ahead and keep going, do my second and third signatures, and I'm going to work my way across the template here. Signatures are all sewn in, and we have a lot of little dangles here. You could leave these if you wanted them to stick out the bottom of the top or the top of your journal if you wanted to, but I'm going to cut them off, and I'm just going to cut them off so that they don't go past the end of the book. All right, we're ready to put our signature block into our book, and this cover is nice and dry. I love how it's coming together. And what I've done is I've just made a little mark in the very middle of my spine, my outer spine. So I just kind of lined it up between the two covers, found the middle line, and made some marks there. So I know where to glue this down so that it is in the center. I'm going to turn it sideways because it's easier for me to see if I do that. And I know that my middle signature is the middle of where this needs to go. So I'm going to make sure when I glue that my signature, middle signature, is right on those lines. So I'm going to be using my Beacon 3-in-1 glue for this. And once again, we're going to be very generous with the glue. We're going to put it right down just on the spine itself, and we're going to glue that in first. Okay, I'm going to really let this dry, and I'm just going to try to push down in between each of the signatures because I do want that to be nice and adhered before we put the other, before we glue the sides down. Now that our center is good and dry, I'm going to go ahead and glue the sides. And all I'm doing with that is I'm going to put some glue on the fabric and then fold it down like that. I don't want to put it on this side because if I go, too far, then it's going to get glue all over the place. So I'm just going to put it on the sides of the fabric. And make sure you get your glue all the way up to the gap. So you can even put some right down in there. And if you have a lighter fabric, you might want to just spread the glue out if you're using this kind of glue so you can't see the lines. Since mine's a darker fabric, it's probably not going to show. So I'm just going to smooth that down and make sure we have a good contact. And then I'm going to do the other side just the same way. Okay, everything is dry, and so our book now is really coming together. I just love the paper sticking out. I think it's wonderful. So the last thing, or second to last thing maybe, is putting on our end papers because I want to cover up kind of this messy thing that I have here. So what I did was I took the freebie again and printed it on some cardstock. And then all I did was I cut it down so that it would match the end paper that's on here and go over some of the fabric. I'm leaving a little bit of it showing. So like my cover goes up to here. I have about 1/4 of an inch showing here. And I'm just going to glue this down once again with my fabric, or I think it's called craft glue, 3-in-1 craft glue. And I did one for the front and one for the back. And then I cut a separate piece to make a little pocket because I love having a place to tuck things into. So this piece is the same height as my back end paper, and it's about, I think it's 2.5 inches wide. I think that makes a perfect little tuck spot for you to be able to put something in there. So let's go through putting that one on first. And actually, I think I want to try to put this one on the back. Yes, we're going to put this one on the back because I love this lettering, so I want that one on the front. So what we're going to do is first we're going to glue down this little pocket that I made by gluing just the 3 sides. So the place where my hand is and this little hole punch that I made, I'm going to leave that open. So I'm just going to glue the side, the back end. I'm going to try not to wiggle it like I did just there. Try and get a nice straight line, but that doesn't always happen, especially with me. Okay, and then I'm going to carefully flip it over, make sure my end paper is right side up, and then I'm just going to glue it down right to the right edge of that. Make sure my glue isn't all over the place, and we're going to let that dry. And then we'll go ahead and do the front end paper while that's drying, and this one I'm going to leave plain because I'm going to probably put my envelope in over there. So all I'm going to do for this one is I'm going to add glue to the entire back, and we're just going to glue it down in place. Once that's all glued down, we can glue in the back. And this should be nice and dry now. And you can see, I'm just going to grab a little scrap piece of paper that I have a nice little tuck spot right here to tuck in little pieces of paper or ephemera that I might want to use in my journal. So same thing, let's glue it down. And last but certainly not least, I've cut out the envelope that came in the freebie that I'm offering you. And I cut everything out. I folded on the lines around here, and we're gonna glue this together. So I'm just gonna take my glitter glue here, and I'm just going to glue along the side edges just up to the point there, but not across the top because you might end up gluing it all the way down. So I've just glued a little bit there and a little bit there, and then we're just going to fold that over carefully. Hold it a second and let it set up. And then once that's dry, you can put your postcard in there that you could use in your journal, or you could even start putting some pieces of ephemera. So I just have some little handmade faux stamps that I made, some little strips of fabric. You could just put all of them in there so that you have them ready to go when you're ready to start doing some art journaling. And I'm just gonna take this little brass clip that I have, and I'm gonna clip it right to the front so that it's right there ready for me to pull out and use inside my journal. Our mixed media art journal is now done. And I love that we used an old book that might not have seen the light of day, but I can pull it out and I can admire it as I'm going to do my art. And our pages are all ready to start adding some gesso, doing some collage on them, and really just getting your art out in here. Don't forget, if you want to get the freebie that comes along with this class, you can go to madpapercrush.com/summer retreat. And there you can get the envelope page with the postcard and the background collage pages for you to use inside a art journal that you make for yourself. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. I loved making this book with you. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome to the watercolor orchid session of the Summer Creative Retreat. I'm so happy to have you with me today. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Anna Bucciarelli and I'm a Canadian money designer, creator of all things intricate and colorful. My biggest passion is watercolor, and I'm so excited to be painting these pink orchids with you today. Just a quick reminder that you can download a reference photo as well as black and white outline and my watercolor painting reference in the video description below. I will take you step by step through the entire painting process, layer by layer. You can follow along or simply watch and note the techniques. I promise for anyone who loves watercolor work, especially watercolor botanicals, this will be an extremely useful lesson as we will practice some essential watercolor techniques that you can use in any of your botanical work. All you will need for this workshop is some water, good watercolor paper, and I'm using Arches cold pressed 100% cotton paper, 2 round brushes, one slightly larger, perhaps in size 6 or 8 for larger washes, and something a bit smaller, a round brush in size 2, 1, or even 0 for those tiny details in the middle of each orchid. And I will show you our simple color palette in just a moment. So if you're ready, let's get started. Our color palette is quite straightforward. We will need some vibrant pink, for the main orchid petals, and I'm going to be using quinacridone magenta. You can find it in most watercolor sets like Daniel Smith, Winsor & Newton, or Core, and we will need something a bit warmer for the middle part of the flower, what's called an orchid lip, and I'm going to go with permanent alizarin crimson from Core, also quite a popular color that you can find in most sets, but feel free to use your own favorite warm red. You can use something like Winsor Red Deep or even quinacridone red. Just make sure that there is enough contrast between your cooler pink and your warmer red. Finally, for the shadows, you can go with something like quinacridone violet, or you can even go deeper and pick a purple, and I will show you both quinacridone violet and dioxazine purple. Both will mix very well with magenta, and we'll use it mostly in the second layer for the shadows. We may also need some yellow just for initial underpainting. There are a few small details in the middle of each flower. I'm going to use 2 different yellows, but just feel free to pick the warmest yellow on your palette. And for the stems and small flower buds, we'll need 2 greens. We're going to need some very warm light green, almost yellowish green, and we're going to need some darker, more saturated green. You can use something like sap green or pure hooker's green or even perlin green if you want. So before we get to use our pinks and reds, we will need to do a quick step to make sure we prepare the middle of each orchid flower. We're going to start by painting a few small yellow spots on some of the orchid petals, but more importantly, in the center of each flower. If you look at the reference photo, you will see that there's a little bit of that warm yellow, almost like a light orangey yellow, shining through the red and the pink. So in order to achieve a realistic effect, we want to capture that yellow color first and then follow with our vibrant pinks and reds afterwards. So just pick your favorite warm yellow or light orange. I'm using benzo yellow from Core, and gently put down a few strokes in the center of the flower. Use your larger brush. Here you can see I'm going with my size 4 Escoda round sable brush, an old brush. I'm really not worried here about having a precise tip, just covering that area and then using clear water to blend it out. It may be helpful to look at the reference photo at this stage and just check where you can see some yellow colors. I may switch to a warmer orangey yellow just to show you what that may look like. You don't have to use multiple yellows, just use your favorite warm yellow, but this one is called Hansa Yellow Deep from Daniel Smith, and you can see it's just a bit of a warmer look. Notice that on the lip of the orchid, this area that will eventually be mostly red, I just covered those 2 edges with my yellow color and then blended with clear water. Let's repeat the same process on the right hand side. I'm going to start with my warmer yellow, blended with clear water towards the right. Do that small bit visible between the petal and the lip, and move to the left and up to that large petal in the background. A bit of yellow, blend with clear water, and now just the tip of this petal facing us, blend with clear water, and the same thing on this petal. And now let's leave the yellow to dry. In the meantime, just grab your favorite warm green, and you can add actually a little bit of that yellow that you just used into it and just cover the stem. Maybe add a cooler green on the right while that area is still wet. And then you can see I've left a tiny spot without any color. It's going to be a bit orangey yellow later on. And then very quickly, as it's drying out, pick a little bit more saturated green. I'm using sap green, and just draw a thin line in the middle. It will add a little bit of a sense of volume to your stem. You can even follow with something deeper and cooler like hooker's green. Let's do the same thing on the right, and I'm starting with my mixture of yellow and sap green, just gently dragging the brush across and trying to stay within my outlines. It's a very light mixture, so lots of water here. And now, just like I did in the first part, I'm gonna drag a tip of my brush with a little bit of hooker's green as that area is drying out, and you can see it just sort of spreads nicely. I may help it by just dragging my brush near the edge of that color, and you can see it adds a little bit of volume. Don't worry too much if you can't get this step right. This is just a stem, and we're going to come back to it in a minute. And now it's time to play with our pinks, and I've picked magenta. This is quinacridone magenta from Quor. You can find a similar pigment in most of the watercolor brands available on the market, so like Winsor & Newton, Daniel Smith, Schmincke. It's a quinacridone pigment, meaning it's super staining but also transparent, which is why I love quinacridone family of colors. And you can see the mixture I made is very, very light, and I'm going to continue adding a little bit of water just to keep the same saturation throughout the painting. Let's work on the left orchid first. We have this big petal, and I'm going to cover it with clear water all the way through. I put the light on an angle so you can see the reflection and kind of estimate how wet my paper is based on that. Now let's add our mixture to it, starting from the base of the petal so that it spreads towards the edges, and as a result our edges are going to be a bit lighter, creating that nice natural transition. I'm using a smaller brush. This is size 2 Winsor & Newton. And now I went for more saturated pigment, and I just basically put it right there at the base of the petal. And now we have that saturated pigment spreading through and out towards the edges. Let me show you again on the right hand side. First, clear water. Now you can't see the reflection, but let's just say my brush is not dripping with water, but it's enough for it to stay wet for a couple of minutes. And now I'm adding my mixture, just helping a little bit with the tip of my brush, helping it flow. And now I rubbed the tip of my brush on the color, so I didn't put it in the mixture. I put it right on top of the juicy color, the pure color, and now I'm putting that color in carefully just at the base of the petal, watching it spread. So you should have this sort of transition from pure saturated magenta to lighter magenta and all the way to almost pure white. Let's try this method on this orchid on the right, but this time just go straight with your pink mixture. Don't worry about covering it with water first. That petal is in the shadow because our light is coming from the left hand side, and so there's not going to be a lot of opportunity for having very light or almost white color. So you can see I covered it with my mixture, and then I blended it with a little bit of clear water just on top, and then I'm going to carry it over straight into the next petal. So on the left hand side, our pink mixture is just slowly sinking into paper, and we're working on the next petal, so we have a smooth transition from left to right. And now I'm going to even add a little bit more magenta to it. Again, this flower is facing away from the sun, and so that's why we can add a bit more saturation there. Just carrying it all the way almost to the edge, and then clear water. Now again, let's get some more saturated pigment, and start putting it in the base of the petals. Just play around with it, see how much you need. If you don't see the same kind of transition as what you see on the screen, don't worry about it too much. Just play around with less saturated pigment and more saturated pigment. You can even add a little bit of red at this stage. This red will be using on orchid lips, but you can always add just a tiny bit of it into your pink petals, because there's always a little bit of a reflection on the petal from other objects, flowers, leaves, petals that are surrounding it. Now let's do this petal to the left, and you can see I covered it with clear water and then just adding my magenta mixture, letting it spread out and almost cover that yellow tip. Here on those petals that are facing away from us, we may want to use the same magenta mixture but add a little bit of cooler pigment to it. So you can mix your magenta with a little bit of violet there. And the reason for doing that is cooler pigments like blues and violets and purples look further away, because on the spectrum they're positioned on the other side away from the warm pigment. So our eyes perceive them as being further away. And that's just a little trick you can always use if you want to set something back visually on paper. Use a similar color but with a little bit of a cooler undertone. I'm just going to add a little bit more magenta there at the base of that petal and see it spread out. You can only do that if that petal is still wet, of course. And now let's come back to our first orchid. That large petal is dry, so I'm not worried about my pigment spreading into it. And I'm going to do the one on the side. Cover everything with water and then just drop my magenta and water, my light mixture there, carefully going around the orchid lip so we don't get any color there. We're going to work on those details later on. For now, we're just doing the first layer, and it's important to leave the orchid lips blank for now. We're going to be using mostly warm red there. Now let's do this other petal directly on the other side. Again, I'm going around the orchid lip and around the petal that's on top, and I'm just going straight with my water and magenta mixture because it's so much in the shadow. I don't need to start with clear water, and blending it though with clear water towards the edge. Maybe add a little bit more magenta wet on wet to both of these petals just to add more contrast. And again, you have to do it quite fast while your paper is still wet. Now let's come back to our orchid on the right. The reason why I'm jumping from one petal to another is because I always want to work on the petal that is surrounded by dry area. So in case you're wondering why we're not doing one flower at a time, that is the reason. I just want to save some drying time and show you every detail so that you can see the full orchid branch kind of come alive. So here I started with clear water and then just continuing down with magenta mixture all the way to that area that's already been painted. And you can see where on the right and on the left where I've added a little bit of red into those side petals. Now there's a nice contrast. Pure magenta in the middle and then magenta with warmer red on both sides. Just a slight color variation, very subtle, but it helps create more realism and some visual interest there. Now another petal sticking out from the back. Again, those petals that are in the back, we really want to keep them out of focus. So I'm using my quinacridone violet and then blending it with clear water. Violet has a lot more blue in it compared to magenta and red, and so immediately those warmer petals kind of pop and look closer to us. Similar thing on that flower on top. Start with a light violet and then blend with clear water. Another small bit just peeking from the back there. And I'm using the same method, a little bit of light violet and then blend with clear water. We really want to avoid putting too much detail on the two orchids that are visible there in the background, because we want the other two to really be the focus of the composition, and we'll spend a lot more time on them. We'll add lots of detail, lots of tiny little dots and spots, and they will look lovely and realistic, and those orchids in the back will not overwhelm them. I think we have one last petal left, and I'm just going to cover it with clear water, and again just go in with my pure magenta. It spreads so nicely, it's going straight up. If your paper is on an angle, make sure that the angle works with the direction you want the paint to spread. So if you want it to flow up, make sure that you're positioning it accordingly, or just lay it flat the way I do. Okay, and now it's time to do those small details. They're called the lips of the orchid in the middle, and I'm gonna zoom in so you can see my every brush stroke. So we're starting with the orchid on the left, and just go with your favorite deep warm red. So it has to be somewhat different from your magenta, a lot warmer, and I'm using permanent alizarin crimson from Core. Again, you can find this color in most watercolor ranges. You can also use something like quinacridone red. And cover the left side, maybe even drop a little bit of magenta on top, wet on wet, and then switch from full coverage to just putting tiny dots, just with the tip of your brush. And continue down. Here, having a good round brush with a precise tip would be very helpful. I'm just using the same round sable brush in size 2 from Winsor & Newton. You can even go lower to like size 1. And here's a close-up of the reference photo. You can see there's a lot of intense red in certain places. So I start sort of light and then add more saturated pigment as I go in those areas that are really begging for some deep, rich red color. A few more details on the right hand side. There's still some spots visible, so I'm just trying to replicate what I see in the reference photo, but I'm not too concerned about replicating the exact amount of dots. Just sort of trying to mimic the direction of those dots. I think that would help a lot more with the sense of realism. And this part here is a bit tricky. Don't worry if you can't get all the details right. There's a little bit of a sort of a whisker visible there, and I'm trying to paint around it. You can simplify if your brush is too thick at the tip, and just do a small curve instead of all those details. And blend with clear water. Note that I left a tiny strip of yellow on the edge, and that's important because that orchid lip is quite thick, and so that strip of yellow is basically what you see from the side, a bit of a highlight there. And so that will add a sense of a third dimension. If you leave it blank, and that yellow that we painted in the first step will help us. So just continue painting around that folded part. Finish it off. Add a bit more saturated red where you feel like you see a deeper shadow and a deeper red in the reference photo. And now let's finish off the outside parts of the lips. And you can see I sort of started with deeper red, then I'm blending with clear water, and then looking at the reference photo, actually the top looks more pink than red, and so I'm going to maybe add a little bit of magenta later on. For now, I'm just going to paint around that little detail, the yellow heart-shaped detail. It's called a column. And I'm going to use my very first mixture of magenta and water. Also some of those pink details visible through the orchid lips. And then the base of the column is all red. Now it's time to finish off those spots, and notice that they're a little bit elongated, so they're not perfectly round, and so you want to make them look more realistic by adjusting the direction. See how you have sort of two halves of that yellow element with spots, and you have the spots sort of facing each other, kind of like a mirror effect. Just use the tip of your brush and adjust the pressure, and you'll get different shapes and different length of those spots. You can see I'm going very lightly just with the tip of my size 2. Again, you can go down to size 1 or even 0 at this point. We have a tiny little pink area visible right behind the column, and I'm just going to put some magenta there for now. And we'll have an opportunity to come back to that area later, make it a little bit more precise. But now let's just add a little bit more color there in the back, and of course that large area on the orchid lip, the folded part. And you can see that it has quite a strong transition from very saturated pink to very light pink. So I'm just gonna put more saturated color on the edge and then blend with clear water, trying to mimic the natural color. Maybe add a little bit more now with the tip of my brush, just seeing how the pigment spreads. This is called wet on wet, meaning our paper is wet, we put a little bit of color, and then we're adding more as it's drying out. I wanted to come back one last time and paint that column with a little bit more red, just because it looks so dark in the reference photo, but you can judge that by how it's coming out on paper in your version. Just make sure that the overall color balance matches what you see in the reference photo. And now let's repeat the same process, but on this orchid on the right. And I'm using a tip of my brush just to paint some warm red on the right lip. And then as I move towards the center, I'm putting down just a few dots. Notice again, I left a very thin line completely blank, and that is to indicate the thickness of that small element on the flower. Just try to get all the way almost to the edge and then leave a wide border. Now this side is a little bit more different. It's getting a little bit of light from the left, and so I started with red and then transitioned to much lighter magenta. I'm gonna go down now and continue with my red, which is alizarin crimson, just going down and trying to carefully paint around those whiskers, kind of a curved line. It might be easier to get it right with a smaller brush, but I'm trying to make it work with the same size 2. And you can see there I simplified it a little bit and removed the very end of one of the whiskers. Again, just use your best judgment and see what's possible given the tip of your brush. You can simplify those whisker shapes even further. And now we have a couple of details left that we didn't paint in the beginning, like the back of this petal. Just very carefully, again, using the same mixture, draw a line and then blend it with clear water towards the edge. It's facing the sun, so it should be quite light. And then paint a few details that are still without any color on those petals that are visible in the back. Maybe even switch to your cooler violet. Again, the purpose of adjusting the temperature or switching from warmer pink to cooler pink is to add some dimension and help our eyes read those petals that are in the background as being further away. So you can see I'm not adding too much detail, just simply covering them with my mixture and then blending with clear water. Now we can finish off the bottom of the orchid lip because the top part that we painted with red is now dry, and I'm not afraid to accidentally blend those colors. So I'm going to use my magenta and just put down some color on the darkest parts of that area and then blend with clear water. And that's just to indicate some volume. The parts that are closer to us will appear a little bit lighter, and so you need some color variation there. Maybe even come back to that lip on the left and add some magenta there as well. Blend it with clear water. I see it as being a lot more pink in that area, so keep adding a little bit more color, a little bit more magenta to try to match what I see in the reference photo. We still have the top of the column that we need to paint, and so I'm gonna keep it super light, just a little bit of magenta with water. And then on top, there's some intense magenta transitions that I see. So I'm going to use the tip of my brush and just paint them on top of the first layer, making sure that I stay on those areas that are very saturated. For the buds, just go in with your sap green, maybe mixed with some yellow, and make sure it's transitioning to more yellow as you move down. And then take your red and just drop a little bit of that red into your bud. Notice that I left 2 little spots blank without any color, and that's to indicate some highlights. The surface is quite shiny, and so adding those highlights will help us keep the shape more realistic. Same thing on the larger bud. Start with more saturated, more green sap green, transition to more of a yellow mixture of sap green and yellow, and then add a little bit of red right into it, wet on wet, while the surface is still wet. And that will give us some very nice natural color transition without having to do too much in terms of the detail. Maybe add a little bit of more saturated green at the bottom, and even add the same green on the shadow areas just with the tip of my brush. And I promised you I was going to come back to that tiny spot on the thick part of the stem, and I'm just using a little bit of my warmer yellow. You can use something like ochre there, and then some hooker's green on top of the stem, right under the petals where there's a little bit more shadow. All right, so we're done with the first layer. Your painting should look something like this. Don't worry if your transitions look slightly different. The key here is to keep it light on the petals and more saturated on orchid lips. And now it's time to work on the details. This will be a lot faster. We're not going to cover everything with color, but just add some key details. And I'm going to go in with a very light mixture of purple. I'm using dioxazine purple from Core. You can use something like Imperial Purple from Daniel Smith, or just
reuse the same violet from before, and just look at the reference picture and put it down where the shadow areas are, and then blend it with clear water. You may even leave some parts without any color. Those will be really light in the end. You can also add a little bit of magenta straight into that purple as you're moving down the petal, just to have a nice temperature transition from cooler purple or violet, if you're using violet, to our base pink. And then use that same pink or magenta, to be more precise, and maybe add a few lines, a few veins with the tip of your brush. At this point, my paper is probably too wet, so when I try to add those lines, they kind of blend into the background. So I'm going to leave it for now and come back to it later, maybe in about 30 seconds or so. For now, let's work on this middle petal. And again, I'm starting with a light mixture of water and purple, trying to paint the shape of that shadow that I see in the reference photo. It's kind of a curved one, and then adding some magenta into it to complete the shape. I think this is looking good. Make sure that it's not too dark, but just a few shades darker than your first layer. And you can drag a few lines out with the tip of your brush just to indicate those veins. Now let's try to do the veins again on this left petal. A lot better now because our paper is a lot drier, and so we can put down some pigment and see it spread, giving it a more natural look, but there's still a faint line with some concentrated pigment. Maybe blend a little bit with clear water, and I'm going to leave it for now. On these petals on the left and at the bottom, I'm just going to use wet on dry, so I'm not going to pre-wet my paper, just like I did on the top petal. Just go in with my magenta, a few very light lines, maybe 2 shades darker than the background, and that's it. Now that area above the column, I think needs more color. I sort of didn't get it right the first time around, but as I promised you in the beginning, there will be an opportunity to adjust things. So I'm just going to add a bit more magenta there, a bit of a bump, like a little strip on top of the column. And now let's move on to the one on the right. And so I'm going to start off actually with just some solid color because I want to make sure that that area looks like it's really in the shadow. And drag your brush out to indicate the veins. And you can see I'm starting a bit thicker, and then my line sort of fades, becomes thinner and fades all the way towards the edge. Let's do the large petal on the right. Same method, same technique as the one we used on the left. First, just a bunch of purple mixed with water in the main shadow area as you see it on the reference photo, and then blend with clear water towards the edges and maybe with some magenta as you move down. And while it's drying, let's add a bit more color in the center. A few small details around the heart-shaped yellow bit that's visible there. We're letting all the color and all the water, we're letting it sink in into the petal on the right so we can come back and do those veins. So let's give it some time, work on other details, maybe add some saturation to the orchid lip, more contrast. I went in with magenta, again right in that spot where I see a bit more saturation in the reference photo, and then I blend with clear water. Okay, so I think enough time has passed and I can come back and put a few lines with the tip of my brush. This time I think I gave it a bit more time because the lines are much more defined, but they're still spreading and blending. So that's a nice effect. I like this a lot more than the first petal that we painted. Now let's add a bit more definition to that petal in the back. And I'm just going in with purple and then blending with magenta, and then eventually just switching to some thin lines. Same thing, perhaps a bit of a lighter color on the back of that orchid. And I'll even add a little bit of green because I feel like there is a stem that's visible. And so you can drop a little bit of green. It will be a nice kind of path transition from the main thick stem on the left to that little green bit visible in the middle and all the way to our buds. And then use magenta, maybe with a little bit of violet or purple, to paint very thin lines on the back of that petal. Maybe a bit more color. And then the small sort of triangular shaped bit that's visible there. Again, purple, magenta. Purple is key so that the petal looks further away in contrast with everything that's next to it. And similar thing on the right, purple, magenta, and then blend with clear water. And look how nicely it's starting to look right next to the front flowers. It's bringing them forward, all those lighter pink areas. Let's finish off the orchid on the right. On this petal, the shadow is quite defined. It has a very defined edge. So I'm going to go in with my purple violet mixture and then add some magenta into it, wet on wet. Maybe define the edge of the petal with a little bit more magenta. Again, this is because our source of light is coming from the left, so there will be more shadows in those areas that are covered. And a few lines, wet on wet. This petal is very dark, but I don't actually see a lot of veins there, so let me just use this as an opportunity to add more color, add more saturation, more shadows. I'm using my violet and putting it in those darker areas, then spreading it out with a clear water on my brush. You can experiment here and add even some red into it. And now I'm gonna go back quickly to that petal on the left. Now it's almost dry and I'm just gonna reinforce those veins with the tip of my brush. A bit more color on the column, moving slowly to the right. Let's start off with some violet, or you can go with purple. Quite light, but a few shades darker than the first layer. Extend it and blend all the way to the edge with clear water. There's a bit of a light part that I left without any color right on top of that petal. And then while it's still wet, I'm gonna drop more of my alizarin crimson. So use your warm red in those areas just to boost the color a little bit. Now the top petal, going with some vibrant magenta and then spreading it with clear water. The petal is facing away from the sun, so you can really go deeper with your colors, more saturated there. And now I'm back to the petal on the right as it's getting a bit more dry, and I'm adding lines with the tip of my brush, just like that. Maybe even on the left, but as I said, I don't quite see a lot of lines there, or at least not as defined as what we have on the right and on top. And here I'm doing the lines on top. So you can see I'm sort of working on 2 petals at a time here just to save some time, putting solid layer of color on one while the other one is drying, and then doing the lines and then switching back and forth. You can do this as one petal at a time. Just make sure to give yourself some drying time in between the shadow and then those thin veins. And we're done. Congratulations, and thank you again for joining the Summer Creative Retreat. I hope you enjoyed this session, and if you have any questions, do let me know. You can find me on Skillshare, YouTube, and Instagram. If you do end up posting your work, don't forget to tag me. I absolutely love seeing your versions of flowers that we paint together. Have a wonderful day and enjoy the rest of the retreat.
Hey guys, this is too much fun. I want to just say it all the time after every single, I don't know why I was going to call it an episode. Anybody else feel like you're binging like the best Netflix series there ever was? Because that's how I feel. Yes, Melissa says mind blown. I agree. I know. I will forever envy people like Anna who get that incredibly detailed. So beautiful. So let's thank her so much for really diving into all of that with us, because wow, that was a lot of quality information. Also, yes, super cool that she is a money designer. Can you even, like, how does one even get that? I want to do that. I want to design stamps too. I feel like it's always funny, the run on of like, that'd be cool, and then you forget. But no, she's a legit money designer. It's really fun. Okay. It's giveaway time. Did you guess? You guys are probably like, well, it's been a minute, so when's the giveaway? Well, it's right now. You're welcome. Now, if you're just joining us, the way to win said giveaway is just to say something one time in the chat. That's it. You can paint along, you can draw along, you can create along with any video at all. Just say something in the chat one time and you are automatically entered to win. So we're doing two right now, 2 in 1. Both prizes are the Artistro paint pens. You get fine tip. They write on not any, but pretty much any surface. So the people who got this drawing are Penny Wilcox and Lisa L. Okay, so what you guys need to do, congratulations, Penny Wilcox, Lisa L, is to send an email to hello@thepigeonletters.com, and within 48 hours, and we will be shipping out your prizes at the end of retreat. So, how exciting! Congratulations, and we have one more today too, guys. So we're not over with this giveaway stuff. I just wanted to give a 2 in 1 because I feel like it's been a minute and it's why not? So gosh, some of you guys, it's so fun. I've seen some of you guys in here since this morning, and I just want to say, like, what troopers that we all are, because if we don't pat ourselves on the back too, who's gonna? Just kidding, a lot of people will. But yes, good job us. We are rolling, and I just love this. I love this. Marsha said, I feel drunk on art. I know, that's like the perfect way to put this. That's exactly the perfect way to put this. Okay, we're gonna move right along, and oh, this one's fun. It's like every time, even though I know what's coming, it's a surprise, and I'm like, oh yeah, and every time it's just more and more exciting. So we're gonna do a little bit of a shift now. We've been really focusing heavily on paint all day, and mixed media, which has been super, super fun, experimentation. Now we're going to do a little bit of shift into the digital world. So for those of you who are like, wow, my desk is a mess, I have paint all over the place, I've got scraps all over the place, it's time to move them to the side because you're gonna have your cute little iPad, right? And if you don't have an iPad yet, you're gonna want to watch these next two sessions. I promise. Like, they're both super satisfying and super different. So, Sophie, I'm just gonna address your question. Why haven't you made the replay accessible? And you will see that the replay is live at the link that is pinned at the top of the chat. So all you need to do is go to that link and you will see all of the video replays. Okay, you guys, you ready to jump into this? We are going into Liz Kohler Brown, who is going to show you some really awesome lettering techniques. You do not have to be a letterer to do this. It is so much fun. I also have seen a lot of people who got the permanent vacation from like last week before we even launched do this project already, and they all look so good. Okay, I'll stop talking it up. I'm going over time, but I get so excited. You guys know I get excited. Okay, here's Liz.
Hi everyone, welcome to Peggy Dean's Summer Workshop Retreat. I'm Liz Kohler Brown. I'm an artist, designer, and teacher, and we're going to look at a quick process for doing some block lettering that you can do to get some bold, chunky lettering on the page that you could immediately post on Instagram. So let's move the camera down to the table and we'll get started. So I want to share with you all a workbook I made that just takes you through these steps so that you can refer to those, especially because each letter kind of has its own intricacies, so you may want to have this up as you're working. So to get this workbook and all the brushes I'm going to share with you today, you'll go to the link on my website, which will be linked with this video. Also, if you want to just type it in, it's lizkohlerbrown.com/block-lettering-downloads. So once you get on that page, you'll see where you can enter to have me email you all of the resources. Once you get that email, you'll see all of the downloads that I mentioned throughout this workshop. So there's some Procreate brushes, some color palettes, a workbook, and then a smaller version of that if you're working on an older iPad, and the workbook as a PDF if you don't have an iPad at all or you just want to use a different device. So that's how you get all of these brushes and resources that I'm going to mention. And of course, you can just click download and then choose open in Procreate for each of those. So once you get the workbook, you can flip through here and see that each layer is a different page. So we're going to go through this process that you'll see in the workbook to create this artwork today. And you'll also see there are some stamps included. So I just wanted to give you an example of what you could do with these stamps. So this heart stamp, for example, you can use that as a template to do some heart-shaped block lettering. So we're going to go through how to do this as we go through this process today. And of course, I made some palettes for you, and you can download those on the email as well. So let's dig in. I'm going to go back to the gallery, create a new document, and I like to work at 3000 by 3000 pixels. Of course, work at any size that works for your style here. What I love about block lettering is that you can literally fit it into any shape, and you can kind of do some fun play on different shapes. What I'm going to use is one of these stamps from the brush set that I shared with you. So if you want to start with one of these stamps or just follow me, you can do that exactly. So here is the sun stamp. That's what I'm going to use. And I'll just start by choosing any color and touching with my finger. So obviously that's a little small. So I'm going to make it bigger, a little bit bigger. And I'm using my finger because if you use the stylus, it'll be a different size each time. So that's getting me a reliable size just using my finger. So I like that size. I like to leave a little bit of space on the border. So I just tap the move tool and I'm fitting that into place. So I want the lettering to be on the sun here. So I need to think about how I want it to be laid out. First of all, when I do block lettering, I like to really accentuate different angles and shapes. So rather than just going across or just going like diagonal, I kind of do wavy movements. Of course, do this however you want, but that's just my personal style. So I like this. I like how the lettering's not just in lines. It's kind of, you know, each word is going to meet in different areas, and you'll see how that plays out as we start sketching. Again, I'm doing this on a different layer, so it's not affecting my orange color down here. Next, I'm just going to go through and write whatever the word is that I want to use. So I find that longer quotes do really well with block lettering. So, you know, a 2 or 3 word phrase might not be quite enough. You might want to do something a little longer. So feel free to just copy me. I'm just going to write bold and super chunky block lettering, just like you see in the image on the front of the workbook. So I didn't leave enough space, so I'm just going to keep writing. Then I can grab the selection tool, select all of that text, tap the move tool, select freeform, and just scrunch it in. So that's the kind of spacing I'm going to need to do to make sure all of that stuff fits in. And I've intentionally put a lot of letters on this line, and then this one's just going to say block. So what that does is create some variation between these really tight spaces and really wide open spaces. So you might consider doing that, just kind of stretching out the text in one area and then bunching it together in another. And you can see this is a super rough sketch. This doesn't have to be anything fancy. It's really just to get the spacing of your letters. And I like to step back at this point and make sure my letters are straight up and down. I'll often do things diagonally, so I just go through and check that. I'm going to create a new layer and reduce the opacity of this previous layer. And then I'll just go through and redraw these so it fits a little bit better in the space. And, you know, there's no right or wrong way to do this. It's really just playing around with spacing things out in different ways. So I need to work on this word chunky because that's really wasn't fitting in well last time. So I'm just going to go through here. And I'm still having space issues, so I'm going to get that word super and squish that a little more. So this is part of the process of block lettering. You've just got to go through and kind of resize things and play around with the spacing until everything fits. Okay, I like that because I like how the Y kind of gets pushed down. And the S starts like in the middle of the previous word. So just getting that variation in there. Okay, so I'm happy with how this is laid out. So the next thing I need to do is start erasing the spaces. So the cool thing about block lettering is Whereas with other types of lettering, you are creating the letters. In block lettering, you're erasing space to create letters. So what I'm going to grab here is, in the block lettering set, this fluid ink brush, and I'm going to reduce the size of that so it's kind of the same width, a little bit smaller than these sun rays. And the first thing I'd like to do is just go through and create a kind of a wavy separator between the lines. So I'm erasing directly on this sun layer. And the reason I do it wavy is because I found if you just do them straight across, they look kind of fake, and I don't know, it's not very loose like block lettering normally is. So for me, I like doing the waves, and I kind of make it wave to match the letter. So I'll go like under this B, under this L, under this O, just to kind of make those little lumps. And now I just need to start erasing to reveal the letters. So for an O, for example, all you really need to do is erase a tiny little shape. So that alone turns that into an O. So once I reveal this B, I'm just going to do this and maybe round that O a little bit. Then this B, I can do a little oval and a little oval. So you can take away as much as you want, of course. But what I like to do is challenge myself to take away as little as possible. So for an L, for example, all you really need to take away is this little rectangle up here. And that turns it into an L. So same thing for a D. But we do need that rounded front for the D so people don't think it's an O. So there's my D. Of course, we need to make a little bit of space in between two words. So I do carve a little bit of extra space when I'm going in between two words. And the N, I'm going to grab a little from the bottom and a little triangle on the top. Little triangle and a little trapezoid down here. So you can take away as little or as much as you want. I'm going to make that sketch semi-transparent so it's not quite so distracting. So now if you sit back, you can see that's bold and so of course go as extreme as you want with these. I'm going to do the same process with the B. One thing that you'll notice is you can kind of choose what you want these interior shapes to look like. So for example, you could do big circles. You could do tiny, tiny slivers. You really just have to play around with it and maybe try carving the same quote in 4 different ways and just see which one kind of speaks to your personal style. I'm doing kind of a rounded shape here for that O. Another thing I tend to do is go through, and if there's some really super sharp areas, I just round those off a little bit. You don't have to do that process, but I find that it just cleans it up a little bit, makes it look a little bit more professional. So one thing I love about this block lettering process is how fast it is. If you thought of a quote that you wanted to put on Instagram, for example, you could do one of these in, 5 or 10 minutes, really, depending on the size of the quote. Once you get down the process of just carving these little shapes out, it just gets easier and easier, and you can kind of go on autopilot, maybe listen to something or watch something while you do it. So I really like how that C turned out. I was going to do more of a rounded here, but I think it kind of looks nice as a rectangle, so I'm going to stick with that. So our K, we need a tiny little triangle, triangle, and a triangle. So I don't usually erase spaces this big. Probably what I would do instead is cut that down a little bit, and then I can bring some other letter into this space. So let's say, for example, just gonna cover that up here. That way this N right here can just dip up into that space. So I'm trying to just play around with getting various shapes on the canvas. Doesn't have to be anything specific, but for me, I think the more little intricacies like that you add, just the N poking up instead of just being a straight line, it just adds so much more interest for your viewers and makes them look for just a little bit longer. Maybe it's that few seconds you need to get someone interested in your work. So I always try to add in those tiny little extra things. So we have an E, so we're just going to do a rectangle and a rectangle, and there's our E. We can do an oval and a triangle, and that's an R. So that's the cool thing about block lettering, is it's really just erasing ovals, triangles, and rectangles, and that's what makes a shape. You can really make, I think, any letter out of those. I'll probably correct myself in a minute when I make a letter and say, oh, that's not the shape, but here's an oval, a rectangle. Let's add a line. Sometimes you have to do lines. And the H. The U is really just a partial oval. And then we'll bring that line down for our N. Triangle at the top and a triangle at the bottom. I think also these can be a little bit messy. Your letters don't have to be perfect, of course. The goal is to kind of get that rough and chunky feel. So if you feel like your letters aren't perfect, that's really okay. See how this Y ended up kind of dipping down? I think that just adds some really nice visual interest. So if you back up, the Y isn't in line with all the other letters. It kind of got shifted down, which I think is just a fun little addition. Once you get rolling with these, it just really goes quickly. I will sometimes line up a bunch of quotes, so I'll have 10 or 15 quotes just on canvases ready to use, and then I can sit and just do some block lettering with them. And this is a great thing to post online for just some fun short quote, and especially if you are in the mood to create something but you're feeling like creative block. I think block lettering is one of those just playful processes that can help you get out of your own head, which is probably one of the biggest problems that creatives have, is just you get down, you get stuck in your own head, and you feel like you can't create anything. So just do something loose and fun for that day, because clearly you're not in the mood to do something serious on a day like that. So I need to figure out how to do this N. So I think it's gonna shoot over that way. Sometimes you need to really accentuate the triangles in the N to make it look more like an N. So that's better. That helps this kind of jump up here. And of course you can always add some back in if you feel like you went too far. Sometimes I'll just kind of add in a little piece here and there. And the G, all you really need to do is down like that. You can do another piece to add that extra little line to the G, but you don't have to. I'm going to round out that G so it looks a little more G-like. Let's make the sketch invisible and look around. So I'm happy with that. I think that looks pretty cool. I'm ready to start coloring. If this was like real life, I would go through and zoom in and clean up all these little super sharp edges. I'm not going to make you sit here and watch me do that though, because that would be really boring. But let's say we're ready to jump in and add some color. So I'm going to create a new layer below that layer. Let's fill that with a color. And I'm going to grab a contrasting color here and, whoops, wrong layer, back on this peach layer, and I'm just going to drag every other color is going to be this gold. One thing with block lettering to be careful with is that all your letters are legible. If you're not sure, you might send it to somebody and say, what do you think this says? And if they can't tell you, then you maybe need to do a little bit more refining on your block. One last thing you might like to add is some texture. So I created some texture brushes that you can use here. I'm going to get the crayon streaks one, bump that in, and then go to that layer and play around with the blend modes. So tap on that N symbol. Ooh, I kind of like that. Multiply and then turn it down. That's some nice texture. But I always like to look at all the blend modes before I commit to one. That one's kind of nice too. So play around with the textures, play around with the various blend modes. I kind of like this because it shows up as a different color on each one. So that might be my final. That's very summery. So that is your basic block lettering. I just want to show you all a few examples because I've created some of these and just played around with them. So first of all, same process, different shape, different quote. And you can see I did some small letters, some big chunky ones to kind of get that variation in. I've done the same thing, but I really rounded these, so it gives it a totally different feel to just go through and really round each letter. And then I just did some various color versions of this same kind of style that we did today. So definitely play around with color options. You can see that it totally changes the feel of the composition. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. Please share your block lettering with me at Liz Kohler Brown on Instagram and Facebook. And I can't wait to see your work. Bye-bye.
Oh my gosh. Hi guys. I was just watching Tom's share about this event and clearly it's fine. There's always something you're gonna catch. All right. Thank you to Liz. I was watching a lot of you guys have this aha moment, which made me really happy. Oh man, I am something, huh? Hang on here. Ugh, focus. Oh well. Yeah, so easy peasy, right? And you can do that on paper too, as mentioned. You guys need to watch, oh my gosh. Okay, you need to watch Liz's Skillshare classes because they are fantastic. Fantastic, seriously. Okay, we're going to do our final giveaway of the day, and it oh my gosh, I am slightly embarrassed, and I don't get embarrassed because I actually don't know how long that was, but it's okay. Hopefully not too long. I look up a lot. It's fine. Okay, so the winner, wait, where's my thing? Boom! Artistro paint pens is now this is, I'm not sure how we're gonna translate this, but it's K and then space U. That is the winner of this pack of Artistro paint pens. So please email the pigeon letter, or excuse me, hello@thepigeonletters.com in order to claim your prize within 48 hours. You guys can also use 15% off at the store for Artistro at bit.ly/ArtistroSCR, and then use code 15PeggyDean. And if I didn't mention it, I also have a code for the Pigeon Letters shop if you want to grab any of the Pigeon Letters products. Same thing, SCR15, but 15% off everything. Cool, I did my neat plug. Those are out of here. Oh my gosh, I tell you, with technology, I just find myself to be hilariously embarrassing. Okay. Oh, and KU. Yes, you. I see question marks. Yes. You just email hello@thepigeonletters within 48 hours to claim that prize, and make sure that you also share your username so that we know that it's you, because it's probably maybe going to come from a fuller name. We don't know. It could be KU. That's fine. Yay, I'm glad you won. Okay. Our final lesson of the day is with Leanne Markle. She is on our design team here at the Pigeon Letters. She is such a joy, and we're going to be playing with some watercolor. So thank you to Liz for being so amazing always. I'm not even joking when I say watch her classes. You guys will just be in like this beautiful zone for a while. So you're welcome for that. But Leanne introducing watercolor in Procreate. Ready for this? And
hi, my name is Leanne. I'm an artist, illustrator, and small business owner. I love painting and drawing digitally using Procreate. I love just the flexibility that painting digitally allows me, and just the ability to work indestructibly with my drawings and sketches. I'm going to be sharing with you today how I paint with watercolor brushes in Procreate, and just some tips and tricks that I've learned along the way that help me streamline my process and still enable me to work indestructibly while taking advantage of the different great textures that you get from the watercolor brushes in Procreate. Yeah, all you're going to need is your iPad, Procreate, and an Apple Pencil. And we're going to be working on drawing this little guy. I love drawing plants and bringing them to life. And I also love printing my work. So I'll also go with that. I'll also go through that a little bit with you. Just setting up your file if you want to be printing your work. But as you can see with watercolor brushes, you really get that beautiful texture that you get even from a traditional watercolor in print. So it's pretty fun and beautiful, and I love it. So I'm excited to share it with you, and I hope you enjoy the class. Thanks. So I've already have the sketch ready for us to start, but I like to use a 1-to-1 square because I can also print it, or it's easily formatted to be posted on social media if I wanted to. The largest print size that I like to print is at 17 by 17, and at 300 dpi. I like to set all my artwork up at this high resolution because then it gives it the best quality if I want to print it. The only caveat with that is it lowers the amount of layers that you can use. Right now I have 14, or sorry, the maximum is 16, and that's actually quite a lot. So maybe I need to figure out even making this a little bit larger, but that would be for another time. But for today, I'm going to work with a 17 by 17, and you could, if you plan to print it, I would recommend at the highest resolution and size that you can. And if not, you know, if you're just playing around today and getting familiar with the brushes, you can really set it at whatever size. It's really just a preference. But again, the higher resolution and the bigger the canvas size, the better your print is going to come out, and not pixelated. And so today I'm going to show you how I like to paint with the watercolor brushes. So the brushes I'll be working with today are the Max Watercolor Max Watercolor brushes with the Flood Grainy, Flow Round, Smudge Wet Flow, Flood Rough, and some splatter brushes. I also will be using the Pigeon Letter liner, the classic liner, and probably this monoline hard brush, which I actually don't remember where this one's from, but I'll put it in the link below. And then I like to have all the brushes that I like to use frequently in folders that are easy to access. Right now I've been into organizing them based on my sketch brush, my liners, my texture, and my watercolor, to really be whatever works for you. And but it's nice to have a place to easily go and find my brushes. You basically create a folder and then you can just hold and drag your brush around. I like to also duplicate your brush. You can slide it to the left and select duplicate. I do that when I put it in folders so that I keep the original brush within the brush set. I just find that it's better to do that because if you ever need to go back to your brush for some reason, or if you edited it or made a change and you weren't happy with it, you can always go back to the original. Color palette wise, I have just some default colors that I like to work with. And a place that I found that's been great for inspiration of color palettes is Color Hut. And here you can choose like different colors based on like neon, pastel, gold, different themes, vintage, and then your own collection, the ones that you enjoy the most, that you favorited, which these are mine. Anyway, I found that that's really a helpful place for me. So what I like to do for painting my, I like to change the background color just while I'm working so that let's see, actually I'm not gonna change the background color, I'm gonna leave that white, but I'm gonna add a layer in here with just a temporary color so that I can see where I'm doing my color blocking. I have two layers. I have my sketch. This is my initial sketch that I started with, and then this is my outline. So I typically will sketch it out first and then get the positioning right and sizing, and then once I'm happy with that, I'll outline it and make sure that I'm done with the final decisions. And then what I like to do is turn my outline into a reference. And so you can select your outline layer, and it'll bring up the layer menu. And then you want to select reference, and it'll say reference on the bottom. And what this means is it's going to use your outline as reference. So in order to do that, each layer that's underneath the reference layer will be used as your reference. And I call it color blocking, but I mean, it is color blocking, but because I'm going to be using clipping masks, I'm not going to color block it in the color that I would actually be painting with. And it'll make more sense when I start. But basically, you want to look at your composition or your design and decide, kind of make some decisions about what I'm going to color and what are going to be different colors. And so I'm going to have the front of the pot be a different color. And if you can see this, fills in that color using that reference. And then I'm going to also have the inside of the pot be a different color. So I'm going to add a new layer. And fill the areas that are going to be the inside. So this is the pot outside, and this is the pot inside. And then I'm going to also paint the leaves. I'm going to have probably two different colors, or I like to have it not all be the same color, so that adds a little bit more depth. So I'm going to do the first leaves just kind of sporadically. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8 leaves, so maybe just trying to vary it a little. I'm gonna maybe see how that goes. And these are gonna be leaves 1. I'll add one more layer, still underneath the reference layer. And I'm going to color fill the rest of these. These are going to be a different color. And that's it. Now they're all filled in. I'm not going to keep this background color, but I'm just going to set the opacity lower. It just helps to be able to see where we are. Okay, so these are my leaves. 2. I think they'll be my darker ones. These are my lighter ones. Yeah, actually, I like it to be, I like a white background. So I'm going to start with the outside of the pot. And so I'm going to create a new layer, and I'm going to select the layer that brings up the layer menu, and I'm going to select clipping mask. And that means everything I paint is going to go just on that layer. And so now I'm going to pull up some color. I'm going to select green. Oh, sorry, this is the pot. So, ooh, I don't know. I think I'm going to go with the basket. It's kind of like a basket color. And I'm going to start with flood grainy brush. I want to make sure to put an even coat on, and so to do that you want to make sure you don't pick up your brush. And you just do it lightly all the way across, and that keeps one layer on there. That way that gives me the option to come back and make it darker. And again, it's interesting that that's doing that, but if you go back over it again, it'll start to make it darker. So depending, and then you can kind of play with the different texturing of the watercolor. I like it to be a little bit lighter. I'm gonna see what this color, ooh, I like that. It kind of smooths it out, and so when I'm gonna paint, I'm gonna make sure to keep my brush down. Don't pick it up while you're going. Although it still did that, so I'm gonna try this again. Did it here too. Okay, so just lightly, I think it's also pressure sensitive, these brushes, so keeping the same pressure and not lifting your brush will help get you an even coat. And again, it just depends like what style and what you like, so there's no right or wrong way to do it. I think I want to add a little splatter in here, and I want to use a little bit darker. Oh, I can see some of that splatter there. That's kind of cool. Just to add a little texture. I'm going to keep that on the same layer. I'm going to leave that for now, and I'm going to go over to the leaves. And again, just to kind of tell which leaves I'm on. Okay, I'm going to start these ones. These ones are going to be a little bit darker leaves. I'm going to add a layer and create a clipping mask, and you'll see that it clipped on when it has that little layer, the little that little arrow. And for this, I'm going to use the darker green, and I'm going to start with the flood grainy. This one is always like a darker wash. And so again, just kind of doing the same thing, not lifting up my brush, keeping it as one stroke. I like that. I think I want to smooth it out a little bit. So to smooth it out, I like to use the Flow Round. Kind of has less texture on it. And so again, I'm going to just hold my brush down the whole time so I get the same. What happened there? So this is what happens sometimes if you lifted up your brush. And unfortunately, there's not an easy way to fix it without kind of going back. You don't have to go back. You could still kind of adjust it, and that's what makes it look unique and different. But because the way that we have the layers set up, it's actually kind of easy to go back and fix it. Of course, it just depends. If it was a more complex design, maybe you'd make a different choice. And that's why I like to just go slowly. And another thing to think about is to make sure you have everything that you're painting in view, because if you had to move your canvas aside to paint it, that would also count as picking up your brush. And so, like, if I picked it up now, you can see the difference in there, which is great. You can use that for effects, but right now I just kind of want an overall color on here. So I'm not looking to do that. And then I kind of would like to give it a little more texture. I'm going to use the Smudge Wet Flow. This kind of adds a little more depth. The outside is kind of nice. Just a little bit. that. And then the other thing I want to see is kind of how a new color would work on top of that. And so I'm going to create another clipping mask, and I'm going to select this other green because I kind of like the way these go together. I'm going to try the flow round. Oh, that's nice. I kind of like that. Kind of just adds some more dimension to it, and it brings it lighter. I'm not sure if I'm going to use this. I'm going to maybe even bringing the opacity down kind of helps. You can play with that. I don't know. It's a little lighter than what I wanted. Let me see what this looks like on the same layer. I kind of like it on the same layer. Kind of pushes the color around a little bit. I like that a little better. So I'm going to use it on the same layer instead of above. And what's great is because it was one stroke, it's an easy, quick undo away if you didn't like the way that looked. And because we're working with limited layers, it's good to kind of check where you are and see if you're liking what you're doing. I like to try to work as undestructible as possible. So in the beginning, as I'm working on one color or element, I'm going to use the layers up until I'm really happy with where it's at, and I'm not going to merge anything until I have to make those decisions. So I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to go to my other leaves. I'm going to create a clipping mask again, and I'm going to use the Flood Grainy as the start. And I think I'm going to start with this other yellow. Ooh, it's kind of a neat color. Again, I like to have my drawings be really stylized and simple, clean. So if this isn't your style, that's okay. It's, let's see what this one looks like. Ooh, that's kind of nice. I'm not sure. And this is just a time to experiment and see what you like. It's fun to see how the colors interact. Just play around with the different brushes. Play around with seeing what it looks like on the same layer and on top, because it's going to give a different effect. And so I'm able to pick up my brush here because I know I hadn't touched these two. Yeah, I kind of like that. I'm also going to add in some of this smudge because that kind of gives a little more texture on the side. Because these are masked out, they're not going to be kind of, yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'm going to try that on a different layer and see what that looks like. So I'm just going to create another clipping mask. Ooh, you can't really see that. I'm going to try a different color. And you can't really see that one either. Kind of, although that gives it a nice texture, a little different. I'm going to try, I'm going to clear that and maybe try a different color. What does this color look like on there? Ooh. I'm just gonna play around with this and just kind of play with the opacity. I actually do not like that at all. The next thing I want to do is maybe, I might actually bring in some yellow. Let's see what this bright one looks like. Because this, it is not showing up at all. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's because it's so small. There we go. So yeah, I might actually use this. So this is a snake plant, and it's got a little bit of that yellow. And again, trying to just use the same, this gets a little tricky doing the same stroke here. And just finding the right size of brush. I want to use the same stroke for that top part. It's a little too much. Just a little bit on the edge, a little bit here, kind of like that. And try that a little on this other leaves. We'll put clipping mask here as well. Oh yeah, that's a lot. I'm gonna put that color there. Let's try this one. That's a little better. Change the color there. I like that. It really looks like you can't see that one behind theirs. This is gonna go here. Again, having it in full view, the area that you're doing this for. This one's a little tricky because go a little smaller here. It's because this one shares the same color block as that one, but that also means I can erase it without affecting that one. So I'm going to do that just because I want it to stay on the inside of this little leaf. And then I'll do this guy over here. Maybe I'll raise this a little bigger again. There. I'm really liking that. I think these leaves are a little too... I'm going to add another clipping mask. So if you're in between two clipping masks, it'll automatically clip that to your layer, which is kind of nice. Doggies. I'm gonna see, so I'm just gonna lower that color and just set that opacity here. Make it just, I like it to be, I don't know, maybe 30. Let's see if I like this. I kind of like it being lighter, even though I know these plants really aren't this light in between. They're almost similar color. It's still fun to stylize it and make it pop out a little bit more. I really like that kind of style. And let's see, what other thing I want to do is color inside the pot. So I'm going to add a clipping, oops, not an alpha lock, a clipping mask. Take off alpha lock. And the inside of the pot, I want it to be a little darker. And I'm going to go in with one color and the second layer. And maybe the third. That's nice. Then I realized I forgot to, I like to have the face on a different layer than the reference layer. So I'm just going to cut and paste that out, because when I remove the reference layer, it's going to show me the white underneath. Isn't that magical? I love the way that looks, and it really feels like watercolor. And then I want to add just a little bit more detail to the leaves. And I've been playing around with adding ink to my watercolor. And I don't have to wait for it to dry here. And what's great is I can make sure that it stays within these layers with my clipping mask. So I believe this is, yeah, that's that one. So I'm gonna go ahead and just make some lines. So if you've seen these plants before, you'll know they, yeah, I'm gonna start from the top actually. And I'm gonna speed this up a little bit while I add the details. And I'm gonna be using the Pigeon Letters liner. So once it's been sent over to my computer, I'm gonna open it up in Photoshop, and I'm gonna set the dimensions to what I want to print it at. And I'm gonna have Photoshop manage the colors, and I already have my paper profile set up for my printer, and then I'm gonna print it. You can really see the splatter from the splatter brush and just the texture that we added, and I just love it. This little guy's so cute. Hope you had fun with me today and took away some new techniques or new ideas that you can add into your process when you're making your paintings in Procreate with watercolor. I'd love to see what you've completed. Please tag me on Instagram at Leanne Markle, and yeah, have fun creating. Thanks.
And that concludes the day. Very fun. And again, in the chat, you guys are being wildly active in the best way. I feel like a lot of people have questions for Leanne, and Leanne would hate me if I put her on the spot because I know she's in here, and I'm like, do you want to just hop on live real quick? So do you guys want to peer pressure Leanne to jump on live and answer some questions? No? Maybe. Oh, my thing is very, very, very delayed. So I will go ahead and wait for the response to come in, and I'll talk to you guys for a minute. So over here in Portland, Oregon, it has been gray and rainy. Oh, no, it hasn't. Lori's in the background. No, it hasn't. That's true. It's been smoky and hot. And tomorrow it might rain. Leon said no. Okay, now I see. You guys, the reason I'm so delayed is because I have, apparently, I'm at the, like, stream health stream settings that make things go as crisp as possible, which makes my delay with you. I think it's funny that you guys are like, oh, she could be in her pajamas when I'm legit in my pajamas all the time when I'm talking to everybody. It's fine. Okay, Leanne, I won't put you on the spot. That's so rude of me. How dare I? Lena, hi! I haven't seen you in so long. Okay, here's the deal. No, you shall not ask her live questions. But maybe she likes to answer questions in a DM or an email. I'll stop. I'm sorry, Leanne. You're wonderful. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Leanne, for having like the best. Wait, now you're asking how to get on live? I'm gonna Slack you so that I can get in real time with you. Because if she wants to come on live, I'm all about it. Leanne. You guys, what's funny? Here's a funny story. So I've known Leanne for a grip of time, and not once have I ever thought that her name was Leanna. But when I was making the graphics for this event, I definitely said Leanna. And then Alina was proofreading everything. She was like, you need to change Leanne's name. And I'm like, to what? And I'm thinking, like, I know I didn't spell her last name wrong. I know I didn't. Like, I double checked, and then I looked and I was like, oh, Leanna. So, cute story. She's not on Slack, you guys. I tried. Oh, no, she's typing. Just kidding. Which cat did you see, the black and white? Oh, wait. Nope, you saw Franny. We're just gonna make this happen. I know, I want her to come on live too, and I'm so sorry for putting her on the spot. Oh, that's okay. Okay, wait, hold on. Watch this. Watch this trick. We're gonna make it happen. Where can I get the Procreate? Oops, I don't need it to be recorded. Where can I get the Procreate brushes, you ask? But I'm gonna let you ask that to Leanne, also known as Not Leanna. So I have a Zoom open, so she should be joining me any moment. Thanks for letting us end the day with a fun live. Mostly that goes to Leanne, who hates me for putting her on the spot, but she's going to be a really good sport, which I really appreciate. Okay, so we might have some issues with audio again, so if that happens, bear with me for just a second because I'm gonna fix it like I did with you're so mad at me, like I did with Emily. So give me a sec here and I'll see what I can do to make this happen. I'm so excited. Oh, scene locked. Okay, unlock, press the button, there we are. Okay, so let's see if I can hear you.
Hi.
Yes! We're working! It's working!
Oh, man. I don't have the best hair day, so.
You look lovely. I'm so excited that you've decided to join us. And
I'll do it.
Don't hate me for peer pressuring you and putting you on the spot. I was like so
There's
good.
no hate here.
We were like so soaring into the future, and then all of a sudden I saw your like chat that comes like a minute later, and you're like, okay, how? And I'm like, okay. I don't know. You can't see what I can see, but it's super, super delayed. You might be able to see it because you see us talking, and then it's so delayed from where we're at. So that's how delayed we are. But
look, I see it back here. That's funny.
Yeah, okay. We just got on there. Okay, you guys can hear. Awesome. I'm going to scroll back up and ask you questions in case you were so distracted by me putting you in a bad position. I feel so naughty. Oh. Okay, so.
You should. Yeah.
I know. I'm so naughty. It's fine.
Happy to be here, though. Yay. I know.
I'm stoked about it. Okay, so some questions people were asking is, one of them was about, there we go. One of them was about brushes, about the brushes that you were using, if you want to talk about all of the brushes that you were using.
Well, I was using the Pigeon Letters monoline brush, which I love for outlining everything.
It's free, guys.
It's just the best, beautiful texture there. And then the watercolor brushes I use is the Max, what is it called? I wrote it down in there. Let's see. Sorry.
No. You are just fine.
Oh yeah, it's the Max Pack. And I put a link in there, but it's the watercolor Max Pack.
MAX?
Which, yeah, MAXPACK.
There you go.
And then
watercolor Max Pack. Okay.
And there's a link in there too for people, but I love that watercolor brush set, and it's just so pretty because it really works kind of like watercolor, which is really fun to do. And then
yeah, cool, that's good. And then that's not a question. Let me see. Somebody was asking, do you have to have Photoshop to be able to print it?
No, I don't think so, but I've only used Photoshop to print. So I don't know. Have you used anything else to print your work?
I can answer that a little bit. I have never used Photoshop to print my Procreate work.
Awesome.
The way that I have done it is just okay, first of all, there are a lot of printers that communicate with Procreate directly, which is cool. I'm kind of like a nut about settings on my printer, so I send it to my computer and then I go from there. But basically all that I do is I send it over to my computer, I airdrop, and then I just print like straight from Preview. I have a Mac, and I open it up and straight from there, because I mean, you don't have to do editing really because it's already created digitally. Now that being said, if we're going to go into like fine art prints and things like that, then you can scan those in and touch them up in Procreate. It's a little bit cumbersome, but you don't have to have Photoshop to do it. And then go through that same process. But yeah, just directly, you don't have to use it.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And I don't actually use Photoshop to edit it or anything like that. All I do is for the printer profiles. So I guess if I set that up through Procreate, then that's fine. But yeah, it's really about like making sure you have your right printer, your paper profile set up, and that your printer has the right setups to know like what colors that you have set from Procreate. So
exactly. Yeah. I'm just looking at more of these questions, but then I keep seeing all of the shenanigans. That's short for shenanigans. Shenaniganies. What can you guys repeat your questions because of me? Because I really flubbed. I didn't. You guys are excited to hang out with Leanne like I am. Oh, here we go. Do you save it as a JPEG before airdrop? Me, I save as PNGs when I print.
I print as JPEGs.
And that's fine. No, that's totally fine. JPEG is a smaller, it's not a smaller quality. Well, it's a more compressed file basically. But I save as a PNG. It's not about transparent background. It's just about, in my mind, file size is better, but I printed for it with JPEGs for like years before that, and the only reason I switched was because I heard someone say literally what I just said. So I'm okay. Does one have to have thank you, that was okay. Sorry, Lena. Hey cutie sweetie pie. Real quick, is it Sonal asking pigeon brushes on Procreate? So if you go to the Ever-Growing Garden, if you already signed up for my emails, then you'll have access to that. It's just like a ton of freebies. If you don't have access to it, as soon as you sign up, you'll get access to it. But the links are always in the emails at the bottom. But in there, you'll find the monoline brush, and you can just download it. It's free. Lena's asking where the link is. I was going to ask, so I don't know if your links, everybody, when you post links, if they're coming in the chat, because I saw somebody else say like, sorry, Peggy, but I didn't know why. And I scrolled up and I saw that like Google removed the robot moderator removed it. So
that's a bummer.
I know. So I'm not totally sure. And I could navigate away from this for a second. Okay, I will. But then you guys are going to see my browser and not beautiful Leanne. But here we go. It is Procreate Watercolor Max Pack. So it looks like... Oh, is it on like Creative Market?
I'm going to do a bad job of pronouncing his last name, but it's like UILCHNEY.
I think Max. This. Will you look at my... Oh, we're delayed, so you can't see. I think this is it. This has got to be it. So, maxpacks.com. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it should be like... Let's see. We're going to find this for you.
I know, we're going to do this together.
Yeah. Is that what it looks like to you?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Got Excellent. It. There you go, guys. maxpacks.com. You got that. I'll come back here. Okay, another one that was for you, Lena, you sweetie. It's been a really long week. I can't stop. Karen says that she prints directly from Procreate. Gosh, I want to bring you all on camera. I just want to like sit here with you in a room. Okay. You print directly from Procreate, so there we go. Question for Karen. Oh, this is going to take forever to come in because of the chat. Okay, sorry, Karen. I don't have a question for you. Mary Beth is asking, does Leanne have a palette and sketch for us?
A palette and sketch?
Like a color palette. How dare you not provide freebies, Leanne?
I know. I don't. But if you DM me, I could send you a sketch and a color palette. Yeah.
You're very kind. You should do that. as
I
a
will do
lead
that.
magnet on your website. We're just going to have this go. I'm just kidding.
Awesome. It all came full circle there.
Where can I upload the brushes from? But I think we answered that. Oh, what type of paper do you find prints best?
Oh, I use the Moab print paper, but I feel like people have to experiment. Me and Peggy have talked a lot about this, right?
Mhm.
You just have to experiment with different papers. I love the Moab paper that I found. It just feels kind of like watercolor paper. It has some of that texture, but it's really thick. So it's like a really high quality archival ink paper. So it really does make a difference on the type of paper that you print and you choose. But I also feel like you have to try some different ones to see what you like.
Really
Everybody has a
do.
different
It's like,
preference.
it makes a night and day difference. Like, I have an Epson printer and started with like Epson quality premium printer, like for art prints. And it was not like, it seemed fine, but then everyone kept raving about Red River paper. And so I got Red River paper, I got the sample pack, and like every single paper style they had just blew Epson's paper out of the water. I haven't tried Moab, but it really like experiment. But Red River paper, if you want just like a one-stop shop to get all the sample papers they have for art prints, do that, because then you'll know exactly what you want. And
Yeah,
they do have
that's what I
textured
did.
paper.
Yeah, I did that too. I got like a sample pack. Most of like the really high quality papers, you can purchase sample packs so that you can test a couple of the different ones.
Yeah.
And see which one you like.
I know,
yeah.
I should try Moab so I can talk about that. Muriel's answering the question, and gosh, I just love her for it, because I just feel like they're, never mind. P&G, web use, and transparencies, which I'm not sure. I'm just gonna challenge it, but I don't know. I'm not a graphic designer, but I'm gonna challenge that. I'm not sure if that is true. I mean, but then she also says JPEG, or better yet, TIFF, which is the TIFF file, is best for printing. So great to know. Great to know. And also a challenge.
I love your challenges because, yeah, like I used to work, in advertising agencies where they printed. So it was either like a TIFF or a JPEG or really high quality. So, and then we only printed in CMYK.
Yeah.
But then when I was talking to you, you always used RGB and had like the same quality. And so it is changing now, it's evolving. So again, it's more of like testing. And then if you are using a JPEG, you want to use the highest quality, because there's all different levels that you can save as a JPEG. But
and the same goes for like I mean, most like surface design, like fabric companies still do a lot of CMYK, but a lot of companies are moving away. Like I just did a book project. Oh, hi, baby.
Cooper came to say hi.
Hi, honey. And I submitted just like non-layered files that were RBG or RGB?
RGB.
Yeah. And what am I saying? They just took those. They just took them, and I'm like, you don't want like layered Photoshop files? They're like, we're good. Okay. Easy for me. Question about how does, okay, so I think this also piggybacks into printer itself, but like how Diane's asking, how does the paper go through your printer? Isn't it too thick? I love this. I love talking about printers. I'll let you answer though.
Well, I have a really high quality printer as well, because I make prints for my house. And yeah, you might have a better answer for this, but I've never had a problem with that thickness of it. And
okay. So
go ahead. I feel like you can answer this.
It took me like 4 months, and I'm very, very impulsive. It took me a very long time to finally solidify that I was going to purchase, first of all, a printer that would allow me to print high quality art. Additionally, which one? So the research took a really long time, but I'm also very lean in my operations, and I don't want to spend, 1,500 plus, add another zero on a printer that was going to go obsolete in a year. The ink's going to be like crazy expensive. There's just a whole lot of factors that go into printers. And so I was still in the beginning of my journey, and I was like, okay, now it's the Epson Perfection 15,000. Epson photo something. If you look up Epson Perfection 15,000, you'll see the one I'm talking about. It's around $350 price point. I have the older model, but I mean, I still haven't upgraded because it works beautifully. It works perfectly. Those printers are meant for art or high quality photos. You don't want to use an all-in-one printer. That's like the common misconception, is like people think that they're gonna spend on a really nice, well-rated printer, but it's an all-in-one. Like it's not specific to what it is that you're trying to do. And like, do you really need that like copier? No. Do you really need a fax machine? No. How often do you use a fax machine? What, like, you use it once every 5 years, and you can just go into FedEx and have them do it for you. I don't know who faxes. I'm just throwing that out.
I love that you said that, because I spent a lot of time researching, and because it's like a big investment for sure, and talking to other artists and a lot of people that I know who use this type of printer that I use, the Canon Pro 1000, use it for photography. There's not a lot of information, I feel. Maybe there is a little bit more about like printing your artwork, but it tends to be focusing on photography. But same, they're meant to make, like, I can print a really large size. I think a 17 by I think a 19 by 30 or something. So I can print a really large size on there, all the way down to like a 5 by 7 already pre-cut card, which is really great. And then I have a separate printer for like my just regular things that my daughter likes to print, or other stuff that I print that I don't use for that printer itself. But
the one I was talking about only does up to 13 by 19. It's still great, but like that's something to think about too. It's like, how much are you going to be doing XYZ, where Leanne is constantly printing and I touch that thing like how often. Question about a poll, and I'm just interested, and I want to boost this by saying it out loud, because I love being snooty about brand, even though it really doesn't matter at all.
I had an Epson printer before, by the way, so like, yeah.
But the question is Epson, Canon, or HP, and I just love it. I love it because I know it's like, it's not a Coke versus Pepsi thing or a Mac versus PC. It's not. Those are very different things. Whereas like Epson, Canon, or like Nikon and Canon for cameras, like you're going to get quality out of both those things. It's just fun to ask. So yeah, answer that because I'm curious too. And then if you've got an 8 or 10 cartridge printer, the ink alone needs to have its own savings account. So true. Because mine only has 6. You probably have 8, or more.
I think there's more.
Yeah.
I should know more about this, but I don't. I should look. It has lasted me though. And it is really expensive to replace the ink for sure. Yeah. But it prints. I've gotten so many prints out of. It's worth it.
When you are going for that quality, like it's worth an investment for sure. Okay, what was the question? Man, my brain. It is like melting into a pile of mush. This is a lot. Like it's a lot for you guys, I'm sure, to like digest all of this, but I think you guys were talking about being drunk on art earlier, and I'm like, no, I think we are all there. Okay, cool. This is the longest I've been able to sit on live with someone because it was the last session of the day. So don't hate me. This is fun. And don't worry, we don't have a huge audience. I don't know if you guys can see that right now, but we're pretty small right now, so we're good. I don't know if you guys can see the count. But that takes the pressure off. To me, it puts the pressure on. I feel like the smaller the group, the more intimate.
Yeah,
like,
thanks,
ugh.
Peggy. I'm not sure how I feel about that now.
I know.
So.
I'm sorry. Okay. Oh yeah, Eco Tank. I had that company reach out to me and ask about doing something, but I didn't do it. I'm interested to hear if you like it. Canon, HP. You guys aren't being very helpful. It's like split. Okay, wait. Files again from Muriel. It depends on the project. RGB was only for web design. Right. But now I use it in fabric printing because transparencies. Huh? JPEG or TIFF. TIFF is larger, yeah, but the best quality for art prints and fine photo. All right, there you go. Fine prints, export that B to a TIFF. You're catching me at the end of a work day. Cool. That's perfect. I know that to be true.
Awesome.
Those are big files though, guys, so get an external drive. Okay.
But you don't need that big of one if it depends on what your project is,
It
right?
depends on the project. Yeah.
You might not need that large of one.
Amy said she has the Eco Tank and it's horrible. Great. That's perfect to know. Oh, but then Angel says, I love my Eco Tank, but not for photo printing. That's what the question was that I wanted to end with. I'm like, gosh, there's something lingering. It was just, do you use a separate printer for other things? You answered that. I say yes. I use a LaserJet printer by Brother. It's like the $99 one, like the super cheap and small one. It's actually,
I have an Epson one. It's
don't
like
mind this mess, but it's just like that small thing down there, and that is what I use for just black and white boring stuff. It's great. I love all these opinions. That's not me. That's my dog's face making that noise. It's not me. I know what it sounds like. She's continuing. She's under here. She's waking up. It's her face, not my. Okay. Oh, Lena is saying, did I miss what printer Leanne has? She has the Canon Pro 1000, right?
Yeah.
Canon
Pro 1000.
She's just a little bit cooler than I am. Okay, cool. I'll wrap. I will let you go, Leanne. Thank you for being so kind to jump on with us.
Yes.
Seriously,
Thank
really,
you.
I'm sorry for making you do this, but doesn't it feel like you just broke ice?
It does.
Yeah.
Thank you for being supportive and getting me up here. I appreciate it. Next time I'll look showered and everything.
No,
so
you look very clean and sleek. You look much more showered than me. I just take baths in my own filth every night and don't actually shower until like a week later. I'm like, gosh, why is my hair so greasy? Right. I just let it sit in the water. Okay, everyone's saying thank you. We'll everyone enjoy your evening / morning / wherever you are. Thank you, Leanne, so much, and we'll see you tomorrow. I think bright and early, right? Yeah, bright and early. We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you.